Welcome back, everyone. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science Temple, the White Dragon, back again on a new segment. Everybody go into the description below. Check out the website at blackearthproductions.com. If anybody out there is interested in terms of initiation into the occult, then you're going to want to send me an email at blackearthproductions with an S at the end at hotmail.com. Just putting that out straight away before I really start diving into things here with this particular segment. In context to that, jumping into things right away, realize this one fact, that you don't become safe by being castrated. A major part of spiritual development in this realm is to recognize the actual fucking satanic tendencies that you have been conditioned to, and to fully wrestle with them and overcome them, and realize further that they must be integrated. Because the fact is, all of you out there have been conditioned to that shit, not even knowing the difference. Just as it is with the shadow, or anything else that we don't fully know as humans, in denial of these things. As you say to yourself, no, that could never be me. No, that's everyone else except me and my church. Or that's everyone else except me and my bullshit community or tribe or nation that does not actually know the true nature of reality in terms of this world when it comes to who we are and how things actually work otherwise, and what we're actually dealing with in terms of life, lining up to the proverbial fucking slaughterhouse of self-annihilation day in and day out on a slow drip, consented suicide. And you don't actually know what we have been up against in this realm, let alone how it really operates on the real fucking occult levels that it does to the divide and conquer. See, no, it's you. And it's been people in your family, and it's been people you may have considered to be friends, until one day they decide to flip the script and reveal who they really are when it comes flying out of the goddamn fucking shit can. And here, in terms of the platform, I'm going to be putting forth some guidelines now in terms of network when it comes to the Black Earth Productions platform. Measure number 1. Every day, you need to take time unto yourself for silence. Clearing the mind field. Clearing your auric field. Clearing your morphogenetic field. Doing the real work in terms of learning how to master the science of the circle of magician, which all goes to protocol in terms with this mystery school. Measure number 2. Every day give more of an inspired message in that place of silence unto yourself, and silence further the voice of the enemy every fucking day. Measure number 3. Do not lie. Your word is your honor and it is your bond. And if you break it, it's going to break you. Measure number 4. Encourage people that you trust to give you some critique. While at the same time, with measure number 5, people you don't trust, poisonous people, cut them the fuck off, and cut them off hard out of your life. Measure number 6, remember your ancestors every single day. They will give you peace of mind and power of mind in terms of what is there within your blood and bones. Measure number 7, be present, and remember that your power is strong if you be present every fucking day. And finally here, measure number 8, be honorable. It's only cowards and the enemy that betrays the soul. There are always signs of that kind of shit, and I know exactly what to look the fuck out for. And especially if you're becoming successful in terms of doing the real great work and kicking ass in life, you don't fully know what you and others have been conditioned to otherwise, what you are also in denial of, which is your very fucking soul and reality as it truly operates, and how to even live correctly in this realm. I've stated this over and over again, that all of you have been cut off from the higher good works of consciousness, that you must seek to know even more than breath itself if you're going to navigate these times that we are currently experiencing and have been experiencing. And that's what it means to be castrated otherwise. And Apophis is slowly but surely sucking your life the fuck dry day in and day out. And you need to know the difference so that you can check yourselves before you completely fuck not only your life up, but the lives of those around you. And I'm absolutely sick of the self-righteous bullshit and network. And to all of you traitorous pieces of shit, again, thanks for letting us know who the fuck you actually are. You can all go fuck yourselves, since none of you have any actual fucking honor whatsoever. You have no honor. Because if you did, then you wouldn't have done what the fuck you did. And so, as I start diving into things here with this segment, moving forward now, if you're new here, you need to realize that I've been doing this for a very, very, very long time now, and not just this lifetime. I am not a mere man in this realm. And when I say the term mere man, I'm speaking about those who are conditioned slaves who are in the business of perpetuating the ultimate evil in the guise of some kind of fucking virtue otherwise. And this in context, in terms of all walks of life. And see, that's the thing. You can see the difference between those who have done the real work and those that just fucking haven't, or are ever going to, actually. And it's people that have not integrated the shadow, fucktarded idiots, and are naive as fuck in this world. And you can tell after a while just by looking at them, even more nowadays than it's ever been. And they're often resentful in terms of their naivete because they are easily taken advantage of versus someone who is not ignorant and evil and has actually slain the inner tyrant. Those kinds of people, like myself, that is what the fuck makes me dangerous. And it's not because I have to be. See, I don't have to use my ability to be absolutely ruthless all the time in terms of my disposition. Because I know my presence radiates this shit. I've even had others tell me this. And I'm just calm as fuck. Usually. But they can sense it. They can feel it. And they have also expressed that they feel very safe at the same time, which is good if you are my ally, and I'm yours as well. What's even more dangerous is that I sense it within myself, and I'm always keeping it in check, like a sword that has been sheathed or like a pistol in its fucking holster, locked and loaded with celestial bullets from the gods, like a finger on the goddamn trigger, ready to fire the cannon when necessary, and I am in absolute fucking control of when and especially how it happens if necessary. And we as men in the realm must radiate this ruthlessness and implicit potential for absolute and total fucking havoc, and is in fact absolutely necessary. And if you don't think it's necessary, then you motherfucker are an evil piece of shit. That is what you are. You are ignorant, you are naive, and you need to realize that what I'm saying is a major part of what gives an individual self-respect. Actual self-respect. And if you're going to walk around being a doormat in terms of life, and whatever the fuck else is going to shit on your existence, you already did it to yourself because you were a fucking coward and you didn't become ruthless in terms of knowing the fucking difference. And see, most don't even know the difference because you were all conditioned to be nice. And see, fuck that word, because the word nice, for all of you that don't do actual research and study in terms of the language that you speak, nice literally means, quote, foolish, ignorant, frivolous, senseless, careless, clumsy, weak, poor, needy, simple, stupid, silly, foolish, from the Latin nessus, which means ignorant, unaware, literally not knowing jack shit about shit, as to be timid, faint-hearted, cowardly, fussy, fastidious, dainty, and delicate. Yeah, it's real fucking nice. All the bullshit that has happened in the realm for as long as it has, you nice fucks. Like you're programmed to be watch what keeps happening to your stupid asses. No, what's even worse in terms of truth is that you're actually fucking harmless. You're like a moth, and a moth isn't virtuous. It can't do anything except be led into the flames and flickering lights of distraction and bullshit lies to be devoured in context. And that is how the false cold light operates against your soul. which is the real burning torch and flame that you need to be guided by and ignite from within your own heart and not be led by all of this other bullshit working to take you off course and off the true path in terms of doing the real great work. That shit is not virtuous in terms whatsoever. Being taken off course. And as I've said, this is the pathwork of wolves and dragons. See, if you're a fucking monster in terms, you don't act monstrously. That is what true virtue actually looks like in context. But you don't realize that for it to be authentic, you have to be an actual fucking monster to know the difference. And that is what their definition of human actually is. Human means monster, according to them. But further, it also means philanthropic, kind, gentle, polite, learned, refined, and civilized. See, it's not to be nice or a fucking sheep or a slave or anything else that gives way to absolute chaos and confusion and disorder in the fucking realm. And if you're not acting the way a human should be acting in the realm, then it will bring out the monster in true humans and reveal those who are programmed against their souls otherwise to be seen for the fodder that they have been conditioned to be. And those who are actually virtuous in terms of being ruthless against evil, you will know the fucking difference. And it will be even more terrifying is my goddamn point. And when you live reversed in this realm, you become evil. See, live spelled backwards and reversed and inverted is evil, motherfuckers. And if you lived reversed and inverted, then the devil got your stupid naive asses, didn't it? And lived spelled backwards is devil. No, it's as I've been saying, we must become more terrifying than they are. And to know when honor and moral terror need to be unleashed in the realm, especially as men of true virtue. That is how it is here. You have to know when to break the fucking rules, and I mean the rules that have been set against your actual fucking freedom and our responsibility to it in this realm. This takes things into the original teaching, and this takes everything back onto the original timeline trajectory. If you're flawed, then good. See, we're not to be obedient to ideologies that are coming from a place of evil, falling into naivete otherwise about these things. And there is nothing more insane than a fucktarded order follower that does not know how to think or question whether or not he or she is doing is in actual alignment with what is truly good, which can only be truly measured with knowing cosmic law. And if you don't know cosmic law, and I mean really fucking know it, you guys, then you have not passed through the first fucking lessons in terms of true metaphysical fucking kindergarten when it comes to the real great work. Let alone the great work to its highest potential, to what this mystery school represents and what it means to be and become an eternal Grand Master. All of it is made plain in terms of protocol teaching and is what you must first go into in terms of level 1 apprentice full rights initiation with the mystery school. That's the basis of foundation when it comes to this path work and how the universal laws of metaphysics and the internal axioms and how things actually work operate according to your template as an individual. Getting into your blood codes, getting into your soul codes, getting into knowing how to tap the gates of true intelligence and make connection to the higher force, which is what true intelligence actually is. And then everybody else in the realm trade it off for this AI fucking bullshit that can only mimic surfaces of what it scans from your fucking ass that you're bringing forth from soul in terms of your creative capacity. All of this machine shit doesn't have soul. It doesn't have essence. We are the ones bringing the goal of consciousness back into the realm. And if you haven't done level 1 apprentice with me one-on-one, then I highly encourage you to do so. And when you do, hold yourself accountable to the actual path work, because there's been individuals that have come in, pulled out into all this bullshit fucking distraction, flipped the fucking script, pulled out into all this witchcraft and hyperdimensional fucking warfare, and you didn't get the fucking memo from day fucking one. I'm not wasting my time, and I'm not fucking around or wasting anyone else's time or currency. And I take all of this very seriously to what it means and what it all means for myself, for you, and the rest of mankind, for those to whom it's meant. I'm not into casting pearls before swine. I tried that shit, and it doesn't work. This is meant for all of you, and you don't have the fucking right to ignore it or think that you're going to find anything else on the level that's actually going to get us there, that's not there with myself and others in this network that are actually fucking legit and that actually fucking get it. Many have fell to the wayside, and many will continue if you don't heed this, and if you don't share this with others, and if they don't heed this, and if you don't let them know otherwise as well. And as you stand on the sidelines with your heads firmly up your fucking asses, those of us got to take on more fucking weight, because that's what's being required to break through these set barriers that have been laced out again in the realm since 2020. I'm in correspondence with Native American elders, some of the highest in the land, and the shit that they're telling me, you motherfuckers are fucked if you don't wake the fuck up, and I mean for fucking real. And it's going to continue to happen with those that are not willing to cross these thresholds. I don't like having to say it, and I don't like having to say it like this. But just like the Alpha, we are standing at the edge of eternity, looking into this realm in terms of our positions on ground level, going, who is going to anchor this here in the realm? When are you going to realize that you are the gate from which it will come through here on earth? And if you're not capable of cruelty against evil, you're absolutely a victim of anyone who actually is. And what's even worse is when you are this way with yourselves in terms of psychological projections thrown out, and especially against those of us that have been on the front lines for fucking years and know the fucking difference. You are dumb, naive fucktards that don't know how you've been conditioned to see yourself as less than, and that you're a victim to happenstance and circumstances that you're not in control of, which is absolute and total fucking bullshit. And if that's the case, then you still don't get it, and you're abdicating your responsibility in terms of incarnation. And it's why you are suffering otherwise in this realm. If you're going to become the hero of your own quest, of your own journey in this life, then you must become a formidable monster, a true human in this realm in context. The pathwork of wolves and dragons has been reinstituted when it comes to this mystery school, and what is there not only within my blood and bones, but within the blood and bones of everybody else out there that is directly connected to Dacia, where our ancestors hailed forth the Carpathian Mountains after the most recent cataclysm took place. It's the same thing with the Native American tribes and people over here in the American territories and going into South America. Where did they hail from? They hailed forth the Grand Canyon, the Canyon of Horus. And in terms of my correspondence, I'm getting confirmation after confirmation after confirmation with Native American elders that have held true to the actual original teaching that I have been working to present on this platform since I really started getting things going with the mystery school. And if you're going to be fighting for truth in the realm, then you must become that in alignment with truth itself. And that is not most people out there yet still, because if that were the case, then the world would be a much different place at this point. And the point is to make this world and your life better, to make it a better place. Because if you're making it worse, then you are among those that have been enslaved, that have been conditioned to be slaves and to see yourselves as less than. And none of that's coming from soul. None of that comes from an ignited soul spark via the gates of true intelligence and connection to the higher force. This is the hour. This is the trajectory that we are being prompted by nature and the universe to rise. When, why, and how people fall to the wayside or fall out for whatever reason, if they cave in and quit and give up because of attacks on the other side of the equation that are unleashed, which they obviously have been over the years, you need to exercise your rights to freedom. and take the responsibility that is required to, again, wield that in alignment, to take the responsibility to your own well-being and the well-being of others in the realm. That is what being truly noble is all about. And as long as it depends on you, again, you must be honorable and be honor-bound in this life. Live by this code, and I guarantee the code will work. You need to make yourself competent and dangerous and take your proper place in the world. Otherwise, you're just a weak-ass motherfucker and a conditioned coward, running on a program of escapism and victim mentality, abdicating your responsibility, which again is what true freedom and abundance and good shit requires to make happen. You have to be powerful and formidable and at the same time peaceful. Again, this is where we get our true power, is having that sense of inner peace, knowing that you're in alignment, knowing that you are in the right, holding yourself in check if you're going to be in a place of true power. All at the same time, and in that actual order, which has nothing to do with being naive, weak, and harmless. That is what this world has been turned into, especially the youth. And even when you tell them what's required, they look at you with total fucking disdain and indifference. It's fucking pathetic. And I get it being young, especially young boys, that their brains aren't fully developed until the age of at least 25 to 26 years old. We must have patience with the youth. But if you're a grown-ass fucking adult and you haven't gotten it by this fucking point, then you can go fuck yourself. And someone needs to tell it to you straight the fuck up, like I have and others in my network fucking have. The ones that actually have the courage to say it straight. And when you say it straight, you're saying it to yourself in the mirror first unto yourself. This is what I'm doing here. Every single time I open my mouth to speak, I'm speaking to myself first, motherfuckers. That is how this works. And this is how truth operates. And if you adhere truth, then you're going to hear truth when it's spoken. It's going to resonate. We cannot break our frame, and we need to continue to be the example of those who are powerful and formidable and have that sense of inner peace and power and are dangerous in the face of chaos, confusion, and complete and total fucking disorder in the realm. Knowing how to organize chaos. Again, this is how to wield magic, let alone high magic, in alignment, and not be among those who are unleashing this weak-ass bullshit into the realm. Because if you're naive, weak, and harmless, it means that you can't withstand the unfortunate tragedies of life that manifest for all the fucking reasons that they can and do happen because shit is fucked up. And it's our responsibility to make it better. And this stuff can happen out of fucking nowhere. And then you're literally forced by the universe, let alone the higher force, to stand your ground even harder and become more formidable. That's the test, and you're all being tested. What did I say? The hearts of mankind are going to be weighed in 2024. Leading up to that, I was already saying that it's going to be happening. And it has been happening. And the ones that are able to pass the scales, those are the kinds of people that I want around me. Those are the kinds of people who are actually worthy to take initiation into the occult. You think it's just going to be handed to you on a silver platter? No, you're going to be tested. And you're going to have to prove yourself worthy of it, knowing your actual worth. This is where the heart is weighed. Do you know your worth? Do you see your worth? Because I see it in every single fucking person out there. And it pisses me the fuck off when they are squandering it or abdicating their responsibility or in denial of the birthright which belongs to all of us and seeing ourselves worthy of it. Those are the kinds of people that I want to be around. Those are the kinds of people that I want to correspond with. Those are the types of people that I know are teachable because they position themselves to be the eternal student. Not backbiting, gossip, slandering, weak-ass cowards that have no honor whatsoever. Your shame will be made plain, and you will be mentally punished otherwise in terms of a natural recourse when it comes to cause and effect. And it's no consequence to me or anyone else otherwise that actually gets it. We've been trying to tell you the whole time, don't go there. Don't do that. What are you doing? If you want to course correct, and start getting your honor the fuck back by taking action towards that every fucking day. and work to focus and catch up to the actual narrative that is in alignment with truth and the higher force in terms of reality. That is where all of this is going. And now to take it deeper into occult archives with this segment. Many thousands of years ago, before the Great Betrayal, the ancient Syrian Alfarian councils warned against the orchestrated dark seeding that was taking place with the ancient Hebrew Hyksos Templar Melchizedeks. Now that statement, getting into things right away with this, if you don't know what I'm getting at, then you're going to have to catch up by going back into the Black Earth Productions archives in terms of segments. And this in terms is exactly what you can assume with the term Hebrew, because it is in fact happened in terms of the true occult histories, even as it's stated in the mythos in terms of the dark arts, and even pointed out in the creation mythos of the Hopi themselves, that there would come a time where the hearts of mankind would be divided. This is nothing new, of course, but in terms of the procession of the grand cycle and where we are right now, the programming to it has not just been increased, but amplified, throwing the realm into loop cycles. And as the warnings that I have presented against the Svartalfar, which is everything to do with the crystalline Syrian bees in context to the AI timeline trajectory, have come forward in the realm and are the ones that are in actual fucking power when it comes to the dark arts. And you can throw that into whatever motherfucking category you want to. I'm speaking in occult terms now. All right? Even beyond the tip of their inverted trapezoid fucking bullshit. And we must make our focus and connection with the higher force priority above all things, because that is also where everything else emanates from. Physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and temporally speaking, in terms of manifestation of what it means to be in alignment and coming into a place of thriving in life. Living in a practical way, which is not only a benefit for ourselves, but also going to benefit others, like I've been saying, in terms of existence in general, which in terms of prehistory goes well into the ancient past, were referenced much later, and has been worked over the aeons to be torn asunder by the Watchers in context to the Svartalfar. Another term for them is the fallen Anu Elohim. You can take this to many different references. Everybody has their terms and semantics. Again, I'm speaking in occult terms here. This is for the learned now. And if you're not learned, then get initiated. Doors are open. And further, as I have observed lately to this convoluted narrative that they are really trying to push into the alt community, even among the occult communities, that the Anunnaki are our fucking creators, and that they created the human race to be slaves, which is an absolute and total fucking lie. All of this goes much deeper past the surface of things you still don't know on the levels enough to transcend. And the first thing to do when it comes to the actual equation is to truly come to know thyself. That is the point of the baseline foundation of actual initiation into the occult. See, all these people over the years, especially in the New Age movement, ran the fuck out on shit that they were not even fucking ready to know, first of all, where it came from, let alone navigate. And the realm has become more confused than it's ever been in the histories of mankind, as far as what's been actually excavated. And everything contrary to this is to do with the Dark One's influence, the pantheon of the Sumerian Draconian Empire. You think that they left? You think that they're fucking gone? You're an idiot. That is naive. Let alone what their meat sacks on ground level, or in fact, their slaves, stretch into the lowest and highest corridors of power, pseudo-power, that they've been able to build within our world for at least the last 10,000 fucking years. All right? I'm not here to argue timelines. Look at the present hour. And to that, I'm going to take this segment into a break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this. And I'm back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon, here on the current segment. And now, to continue. To this further in terms of those men and women who have been exposed in terms of the Gaionium and the Ganocracy. They still make up today at present the Dark Priest and Priestess subclasses. That is what is at the tip of their shit. Not all of this lower tier that all of you are still distracted and pulled into unwitted because you don't know the actual fucking hour that we are in and what has been exposed on the level. And this is what I've explained in terms of the cult of Baal Lilith and the cult of Belial in terms of the Gaionium via the Dark Atlantean warlocks and witches, and with the cult of Baal Lilith in terms of the Ganocracy. And to all of this further, again, it was the Thothian sect that betrayed the office of the Houthi in ancient times via the cult of Aton, and is why magic became corrupt in ancient Kemet and happened before the end of the 18th dynasty, and was then the beginning of the 19th dynasty, with which the actual history of what existed before then was almost completely and totally fucking eradicated. Going all the way back millions of years to the Hyperborean and Polarian timelines. Literally millions of years of records and history that has been buried asunder, that has been kept from us, when our world was very different than what it became, and especially what the fuck it's become now. Yet at the same time, the true history and the inner knowing and the codes and the templating, they are here with us now. I am a keeper of them in terms of my position, and especially with other things on my end when it comes to the mystery school, let alone to the records and occult history of the pre-fall timeline trajectory, which, as I put it, is the original timeline trajectory. This is what we are coming back onto. All of the Dark Hearts are going on to a repeat of a repeat, and all of that remembered in terms of the ancient future and the current saga we are living and experiencing now in our time. I have explained, along with others, that our true occult history has been kept from us and has been concealed otherwise, to that the entire fucking world would fall into all of these monotheistic ideologies through the control of economy, through corporations, governments, religious institutions, false education systems, on and on it goes, in terms of media, to the slaughter and inquisition and infusion, which all goes back to the point of your mind being colonized and all of these ideologies and belief systems that sprang forth the Sumerian Draconian Empire, all for the purpose of tearing humanity away from our true roots, which connected us to nature and the universe and the gods and the goddesses, and above all, the higher force of the Jedi itself, and having the knowledge of the right way to be and live on the earth, and knowing why we are here. The original purpose, again, of incarnation into this realm was to become a partaker of the biospiritual regenesis, not to be a fucking slave. But that gets you right out of the fucking womb gate, and generation upon fucking generation. Nobody understands or knows the principle of the Aten Ra, the Ra Hor Kahut. And it's everything to do with the ignitions of the central sun to core intelligence, and is the bridge gate in terms of Stargate 4, which is the sun that we see in our sky. That's the first gate that you enter through in terms of incarnation into this realm. That is how it actually works. And further, everything has to do with the concept of the sun bonds that connect the gate to the central sun of the earth itself, and the core of soul itself, being human here on earth. As with everything that is to do with the cult of Aton, however, the antithesis and inversion and twisting of an eclipsed soul spark, given away to the abyss itself. This is a parallel universe and wasteland of devourment, and is far unlike the universe we live in terms of Midgard. It's nothing to do with Midgard. It's nothing to do with our realm. Do you understand? None of this is to do with our realm. And ancestors that were given over through war and chaos in light of what took place after the beginning of the third seeding of humanity. The one God concept started to take over all gods and gridworks of consciousness and worlds and universal worlds, and began to reflect the dictates of Shamash, is the God of the Bible known as Yahweh or El Shaddai. El Shaddai is reference to Enki and Enlil and Anu, who have forever been written by what I've determined is the old ones in terms of what the mythos of my ancestors explains and warns about. And all of this further manifested things in terms of the fallen Anu Elohim, ultimately in terms of Marduk and Set Typhon via the Sumerian Draconian Empire. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. You people still do not understand and know just how fucking deep all of this goes. And the world is utterly unaware of the machine that is running all of this as it's been, and just how fucking old and decrepit and rusted it all is. And all of this despite whatever narratives people are running or assuming to be spoken or discussed, is taken even further back in terms of prehistory when it comes to Loki and Hyrroken, who is the final shape-shifted form of Gulveg, in other terms to Lilith Hecate, who leads forth the funeral pyre of Balder. Balder is the son of Odin, who is the great symbol in terms of the mythos that represents the human soul. And as it states in the mythos, Loki fashioned an arrow, that to which I'm going to take to the Needlecraft. In terms of the current saga, we are living and working to find our alignment through again. And just as Odin stated that the gods are waiting for us to rise from the grave, being at the spear tip of evolution here in Midgard, it is very, very, very important what happens here on Earth, you guys. Our lives matter. And it's not to negate this realm. And it's not to fuck off your responsibility in terms of incarnation, let alone think that it's not going to take a very high level of unity, consciousness integration with ourselves and one another, knowing the difference and coming together on the levels necessary to actually create the sustained community necessary, all of us, during these times that we are fucking living. I know for a fact that billions right now are not going to come close to ever knowing these things I've shared or presented. This is why I need your help. If you are allied with me, then help me. The fact is, I'm not responsible on that level as it is, but I am responsible to do what I can and stand my ground and continue to inform the realm in the capacity I can, as I have been. This is going to take all of us that really know the difference, no matter what it is that I share and what I must do on Black Earth Productions, to what's actually relevant, regardless of this fact, that I must do this for those to whom it's meant. As I said, I'm not here to cast pearls before swine, and I'm sure as fuck not here to placate to any sort of chaos and confusion and petty-ass fucking bullshit that anyone else would try to bring into my life, or thinks that they are going to be able to stop me or stop this from happening otherwise. I don't care what the challenges have been. I'm very, very fucking clear and very sound in terms of my position. If you don't know the mythos, if you don't know your ancestors, if you don't know your lineages, if you don't actually have a ground in terms of what is there within your templating, all of this other shit doesn't fucking matter. How are you going to anchor it here otherwise, unless you find the alignment and become that? And take this as an incentive to find out about your own history as an individual and how it's connected to the bigger picture of what I'm getting at, everything in my segments. And to all this shit in terms of Hyrroken, referenced later as the goddess Lilith Hecate, to what gave birth to dark sorcery in all worlds and universes through via Gulveg. Her name quite literally means gold greed. So whatever anyone's assumptions are to this otherwise, you cannot give things over to subjective interpretation or opinions or assumption otherwise when it comes to actual etymology. It's not what you want it to be, to placate to your confirmation bias, and you are not truly educated. You don't know language, let alone the occult in terms of things of root language when it comes to parse, syntax, quantum grammar. You must also realize that what you think you know about history is the history that was rewritten to enslave your ass and set your mind against the soul in terms. That is the pseudo-history that you have been conditioned to assume is our history. And it's been skewed to the goddamn hilt beyond what I can fully put into words with so many goddamn things. It would take us hundreds of years to get a full spectrum perception in terms of consistent research and study to know on the levels necessary of actual fucking truth, because more and more and more continues to reveal itself to me every single day. And I've been on this for well over 30 years knowing the fucking difference, let alone started when I was a kid looking for clues my soul knew. And if you've been able to activate the ancestors within your blood and bones, just like Carl Jung stated, we do not find our true history in books, but within our blood. And the secrets in knowing how to activate that from within yourself to even come close to making any correlations with the fragments we are currently having to work with and observe that are out there in all of the libraries, including the Black Earth Library. If you want to know the actual truth and you want to get access to the true records and actually access a mente, then you can, but you got to do the real great work. You got to weigh your hearts at the scales. You have to see yourself as worthy to know. And that's the point of taking actual initiation into the mystery school at a based level. We are now officially called Komendra Horgoth Huetaz Ormir, which unto its evocation means Temple of the White Dragon. And here I'm flagging our crest. I'm flagging our standard. I'm flagging our banner. And this is where things are going now with the platform here at Black Earth Productions in terms of the actual mystery school. You must realize that I've been entrusted with more than I can even assume I am going to ultimately be able to unveil in this lifetime. And is why I'm compelled to continue, because of what it means. And I'm not just thinking about our time. I'm thinking about future generations, 100 years, 1,000 years into the fucking future. What goddamn fucking mark are you making in the realm? I'm making mine. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. This is a major, major part of what I'm supposed to do. There's other things I want to do, but this is what drives everything at the core of everything else I work towards. No matter how it's expressed, we are here to anchor the original timeline into the realm again. And I'm not the only one. I am indefinitely not the only one. We are not the only ones that are going to be doing this. There's others. And eventually, it's all going to converge, and it's going to converge at the right time, right when it's supposed to. And that time is approaching. With the things that have been confirmed and the things that have been communicated to me, mind-blowing shit. And with what I have been entrusted to bring to these tables in terms of my position, to what this legacy truly represents, and to all the ways that any of this has been misrepresented or misinterpreted by idiots that have absolutely no clue what they are even speaking about, contrary to the actual truth. And everything is irrelevant when I can 100% back up my claims and also have the archaeological evidence and records to prove it in the Black Earth Library. It's right there in the disclaimer for everyone who has entered the gates to see quite clear otherwise. And it's volumes and records to go through otherwise with everything else that is in the Black Earth Library when it comes to this mystery school. And as I said, we are an X school now in terms of the Rosty Cross sigil of the Magi Grail Shaman, which is the signature of the military general of the human heart. And knowing how to truly experience connection to the gates of true intelligence is key, especially if you are going to learn things on the levels. I am taking things now going into 2025 and 2028. The magic aspects with the temple at level 3 temple rites of initiation via Komendra Horgoth Huetaz Ormir. The system of high magic that we actually operate with in terms of the true universal tree of life. And it's to note here also that this has nothing to do with any other systems or orders or schools that have ever been established in the earth at present. Even as it is with level 1 apprentice and level 2 adept, the universal arcana is there for us to explore and know how to integrate and master in terms of our existence. And this is for the hour that we are living, and to the original timeline trajectory to be anchored in terms of the ancient future. not living in the ancient past, but living present and living all of this in terms of our lives. This is a full curriculum with many levels and tiers and classes, and will only be for those that have taken level 1 apprentice, full rites initiation, as well as level 2 adept Ulfadar training, who will be allowed to enroll at level 3 temple rites of initiation. This is the next level where actual membership in terms of the mystery school will be solidified in terms of the order, being able to enter the gates at thaumaturge. Individuals are going to have to prove themselves here. There will be vetting, and there will be actual requirements and oaths taken and hardcore accountability. Then to move forward with higher levels with the mystery school, it's to announce here further that level 4 Master Celestial Rites of Initiation and level 5 Grandmaster Eternal Rites of Initiation will be established with the mystery school much, much later in the future. And that's what's going to be coming after level 3 Temple Rites of Initiation, made available for those that become actual graduates of the first phases of initiation at level 3 Temple Rites of Initiation. It's a lot that's unfolding at present, and there's a lot going on behind the scenes, which is going to lead up to everything going into 2025 and 2028, and further going into 2065. And see, I have memory, clear memory of what existed before. And to go over some things again, people still do not know about the wars that took place between ancient Kemet and the Sumerian Draconian Empire, and how that, again, is the actual fucking crux to the hour that we are in right now at present. Because since right before what hit the world in 2020, humanity has been going through the betrayal cycles that happened, which led up to the most recent fucking cataclysm. And when I say betrayal cycles, this has been instilled as a program to keep your asses in it. Also amplified in terms without even knowing the difference. I'm telling the world straight the fuck up that the entire realm is going to have to catch up to what I presented in the Betrayal of Thoth segment, let alone this series, which I plan to keep going the rest of this year, going into 2025. I've not even began to scratch the surface with this segment because I'm constantly having to prime this shit and prepare your minds for what I'm going to be getting into so that you can get focused past all of the distractions out there that are happening on a daily fucking basis. You need to know how all of the ancient monoliths and megaliths were taken the fuck over in terms of the wars that took place, let alone how, which all goes back to the crux of the grand cycle and the betrayal cycles, which this also constitutes, that all of us have been supposed to be healing through and releasing since before 2020. Not playing them out again like they have been with some that were given a chance but didn't fucking get it and get what was necessary before it was all amplified again on a repeat to what happened in 2020. Make a note here that the biblical god via the Anunnaki, who are in alliance with the crystalline Syrian bees, meddled once again with the human genome as they did in the ancient past, only this time it was worldwide instead of one region in the world after the most recent cataclysm. This was all a part of their plan to thrust the world back into the betrayal cycles on a repeat, as I have just explained. Blending DNA in terms of the old ones with ours, which defies the natural order which before created figures like the Virgin Mary, like Jesus Christ, like Muhammad, like all of this other fucking shit that's come out through religion, which all have their roots in ancient Sumerian texts, which reveal a complex tapestry of interconnected deities with different identities. Yahweh is equated with Enki, Enlil, and Anu, which is the real quote-unquote unholy trinity in context, while Lucifer is equated with Nengesh Zeta, which equates those or he who betrayed the office of Tahuti in ancient times when Thoth sided with the Anunnaki for the total takeover of this realm, and context to Thoth Marduk, who was expelled from Kemet on account of all this by Ra Ptah, which is also an office that has been mirrored and made counterfeit in terms of the false cold light by the dark Luciferians themselves in terms of these deities that I've just mentioned. And you need to realize that the God of the Old Testament is Satan itself, which exemplifies a major lack of human empathy in terms of common sense when you actually read that shit, let alone the Talmud or other dark occult manuscripts that correlate the practice of Kabbalah and Qliphoth when it comes to actual magic. And it's not the same high magic that we are in practice with or condone with the mystery school on our end. All of that shit goes back to their systems of dark sorcery implemented in the realm, going back again to the Sumerian Draconian Empire. Okay? And this is everything to do with the tree of stagnation and rot. That is what the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, Kabbalah, Qliphoth, is in terms of the wheel of madness to the false cold light that this world has unwitted for thousands of years now been locked down into, and also what you are being crucified upon. It takes two the crucifixion implant, and there is no transcendence in terms of its grid works and keeps things triangulated on its loop cycles, having cut us off from our true roots, like I've been saying this whole time, and grafted generations in the realm into its poisoned branches and rotted fruit. With religion as its main chain, people are conditioned to adhere in terms of a false virtue. We, however, are to anchor the roots of the true universal tree of life in this realm. That is what the pathwork trajectory ultimately is going to culminate to all 5 levels that are going to manifest going into 2065. Are we going to get there? I am at the very least going to attempt to reinstate the birthright of mankind into the realm, as long as it depends on me. And this isn't about me. This isn't about my reputation. This isn't about anything else except the actual fucking truth. And everything is literally going to forever remain out of alignment if it doesn't happen. And it will not change or get better to the current hour we are living in on the levels that it can and could otherwise with proper knowledge and wisdom. The gate of transcendence is there, but it is guarded. Very fiercely, in fact. Yet, if this is not obtained, it's only going to get worse as it's been. You must come into the wisdom of actual occult history. You must come into the wisdom and the actual occult history of both trees in context to do so. When it comes to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the tree of stagnation and rot, let alone come to know what the true universal tree of life actually is, which has nothing to do with those systems whatsoever. And this has nothing to do with any watered down biblical allegory where things became skewed during the time when humans were genetically modified. It's clear in that shit that humans existed in the realm before this ever happened. And there is much debate about the book of Genesis, which in terms is reference to the genes of Isis and the manipulated gene code of the original human templating. And it's how magic became corrupt in our realm, which was further instituted by the dark goddess going all the way back into prehistory in terms of Gulvig. See, what most of your problems are in context to anything that all of this entails is the fact that 99.9% of individuals do not have the actual IQ capacity to make the correlations that I have made in terms of actual research and study. And it is my position to inform you guys otherwise. Don't take my word for it. Look into it for yourselves. This is not, quote unquote, my truth. This is what has been revealed to me and what I've been sanctioned to communicate here on the platform. It's a part of what I've been entrusted with when it comes to the price I've paid for my actual fucking position. And it's also to state that this was one of the main factors of the celestial conflict, and it was Archangel Michael that aligns with Marduk, which ultimately dictates the current narrative and history in terms of triangulation factors and dialectics that you were never meant to know actually fucking exist. And when it comes to the Emerald Tablets, since all of this is being discussed like a shit splattered fucking joke on the internet, Again, it was Thoth who hijacked CDT Plate 11, again referencing Keylontic science and context, which, by the way, is only a tiny, tiny sliver of what actually exists in terms of what the actual Emerald Order has and are still the overseers of them at present. It was CDT Disk Plate 11 that was hijacked and has been used to enslave and mind control the fuck out of our world for a very, very long time in terms of reversing and inverting the teachings that are there in terms of the actual records of Amente, where the true Emerald Tablets exist. All 13 fucking volumes of them, in fact, which are celestial records. And if people think what they assume is the Emerald Tablet or the Emerald Tablets, you're very, very fucking wrong in terms of that assumption. No. That is what the world has been sold on a lie to in terms of the Dark Priest class, and again has used it against your asses, and is now being perpetuated at the forefront as the actual fucking narrative being pushed into the mainstream. And I can see it all clear as fucking day. And what you need to realize is that when anything goes mainstream, you need to know who actually controls that output. And this is also in context to controlled opposition. The game that's still being played on your minds is beyond fucking measure to its absolute and total fucking deception. And if you don't know the game, then again, you need to take actual initiation into the mystery school on our end. The catalyst for the first war was brought forth by the machinations of Set Typhon, the Sumerian Set, who coveted the powers and territories allotted to Osiris, including the fertile lands of Lower Egypt and the monumental pyramids of Giza. And it was not just about territorial control. It was all about being in the position of influence and the tactivities of the celestial comings and goings of the gods. And after all this blew up and after all this shit fucking was unleashed in the realm, it was Horus, the son of Osiris, that led the charge against Set Typhon, backed by the high magic and power of the Winged Disc, which is what you can see right at the beginning of every Black Earth production segment now on the intro, which is laced with one of the main Black Earth production sigils and the blue flame itself flickering forth to make the point of why I made it the way that I did. This is high magic. And another term for magic is also technology. The first war that was unleashed against ancient Kemet culminated in Horus's victory, securing the divine and earthly realms. However, the aftermath of the first war set the stage for the second war, which was fueled by an unresolved dispute and illegal occupation of strategic territories by the descendants of Canaan via the Canaanites. And this was not just a rehash of previous conflicts, but a sophisticated engagement which involved advanced weaponry and strategies and the manipulation of natural technological resources. Again, this in context to organic technology and organic magic in terms, having been manipulated and also traded the fuck out in terms of the systems of dark sorcery. And I have waited and worked a very, very long time getting things prepared to the great task that I've been given, which was sanctioned by the ancestors' ignitions and activation within my own templating, sequence ignitions and integration of the Blood Code Codex activated in context. So, as to the hour we are living now, further, the framework that we are bringing forward with the Mystery School is what the true system of education requires in terms of the occult to high magic and all things to life in general. Now I have a lot more to get into with you. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after the break. Welcome back, everyone. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. Go on down into the description below. Check out the website at blackearthproductions.com. Click on the services page, click on the products page, click on the archives. Definitely check out the featured video. And for all of you that are interested in initiation into the occult, send me an email at blackearthproductions with an S at the end at hotmail.com. Get a hold of me directly. I'm looking forward to speaking with more of you in terms of counsel, in terms of readings, in terms of everything that is offered with the platform, bringing things forward, further and harder with the Mystery School. And now to continue with the segment. Entire consciousness capacity functions manifestations to literally every office and position that anyone could hold to the actual vocation to it in the entire earth. Meaning, it doesn't matter what you're doing out there. It doesn't matter what your position is. It doesn't matter what your occupation is. It doesn't matter what your job is. What matters is your state of mind and the condition of your consciousness as an individual. That is what matters more than anything else, because everything else that you do comes from that first. And in terms of what I've done, taking back the position of the office of Tahuti with our mystery school and putting it back in its proper place. This system of education existed thousands, if not millions of years before the great betrayal ever took place in our world in terms of the original teaching, and millions of years in terms of the pre-fall original timeline trajectory when it comes to the Hyperborean and Polarian and pre-fall Atlantean and Lemurian and ancient Kemetan timelines, right on up to the present hour again in terms of the precession of the Grand Cycle, which is the undercurrent that is pushing all of this shit and detritus to the surface to be scathed off the face of the earth. And if you keep on clinging onto it, you're going the fuck down with Loki's boat in terms of what has been anchored the trajectory of the original timeline during the eclipse that took place September of 2017. That year is also when the Codex of the Ancestors started to awaken within the templating of my people all across the world. And not just our race line, it was every legitimate race line across the world. This goes into the White Dragon prophecy, as well to things that correlate the Hopi prophecy and many other insights that have come forward that correlate the hour we are living again as one of the main reasons why they did what the fuck they did in 2020. And anyone that does not see or has spoken against the alignment of all lineages and race lines on the earth, this is why we need to put the value of what the higher force sanctions for creation instead of going with all the bullshit that is day in and day out destroying your bullshit, pathetic lives otherwise that have co-signed the ultimate fucking evil in the realm. And I need you guys to take heed otherwise in terms of everything I'm getting into this segment and every other segment that I've ever put forth here on Black Earth Productions. Realize this in terms of truth. There is no one race above the other. And with all of these leftist, national Zionist ideologies being pumped out into the fucking realm over the centuries, it has been the cause point for war and dissension and chaos, not only among the races divided, but the races divided amongst themselves. It's as above, so below. It's as within, as without. And this is how they manipulate the law of correspondence in terms of who we are in the realm. Because we can't even have legitimate correspondence otherwise unless things are in alignment. And for those that are in alignment, we are better than these subhuman pieces of fucking shit that want to spit on life and all that is good otherwise. And existed and still exists now since before what happened did. And it's when the parasite entered this realm, as it did again even harder in 2020. All of this bullshit is how they keep us all divided and conquered and how you're programmed to it among your own kind, among your ancestors first. All of this race bullshit needs to go out the goddamn fucking window. This shit has nothing to do with race. It's to do with the state of fucking mind. And it's a state of mind otherwise which reaches for an honor code to actually live by. Most of you don't even have close to an actual fucking code that you live by with similar values with those around you. It's goddamn moral relativistic fucking free-for-all nowadays. And that's why none of it is working with most of you out there. I mean, fuck. I've even dealt with issues and problems with those that can't seem to pull their heads from out their asses and at the very least be attempting to apply these things to their lives. And things in terms of the conditions of psychopathy doesn't give a fuck about your race. As long as you and whoever else among your race and other races go with the programming to rip and tear each other to fucking shreds like morons. That is not how higher consciousness beings operate in the universe. That is the legacy of the influence of the root of evil, again, going back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire. And it's fucked up. I know also to my own experience on levels that I've never even fully gotten into that I personally experienced. So all you motherfuckers out there, don't assume that you know the depths of anything about me because of what you heard me say on Black Earth Productions. Don't assume that you know jack shit about me unless you actually talk to me and really get to know me. And it takes a while to really get to know me, as I would have the patience and the consideration and the honor of getting to know somebody else. In terms of correspondence, you see how the law of correspondence is being manipulated against us, you guys? To save some legit miracle sanctioned by the higher force itself. We are the ones that make this happen here. And in terms of what I'm getting at, to the divide and conquer, all you have to do is read the fucking Bible, let alone all other texts in terms of scripture. It's goddamn fucking insane, actually. Let alone, like I've said, the Talmud and other things. This is specific, wrapped up in these ideologies for centuries. I am anti-motherfucking asshole piece of shit evil motherfucker. That's what the fuck I'm against. Realize the difference now. I don't give a fuck what your race is. I don't give a fuck what your skin color is. If you're a piece of shit, you're a piece of fucking shit. And I don't care what you call yourselves. There is no one race that is the chosen race over any other fucking races in the realm, let alone the entire fucking universe. All of us have always existed. All of this goes back to Udenma. All of this goes back to the original timeline. All of this goes back to when the four cardinal race lines come together at table again in terms of the ancient wisdom councils being reestablished in the fucking realm. And I know for a fucking fact that I'm a key player in terms of that happening in the realm. All I know is that I've been getting prepared for over the last 20 fucking years, and other motherfuckers out there have been getting prepared as well for this to come back together. And just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it ain't gonna happen. Whether in this life or the next, I guarantee it's gonna happen. Because this ain't the first time I've been here, and this ain't the first time that others that are a part of this have been here. And it's no consequence to me or my kind whatsoever otherwise. And if you go against cosmic law, you go against alignment and how things actually work. And again, that's just at a base level. And the sword of the Great North is our Reaper in context. That is what the Wild Hunt is all about. Even the Native American traditions speak about a great wind that is going to come from the Great North and sweep across this land and cleanse the fucking world in terms of what is coming. And nothing is going to be able to stop it. And what matters more than anything else is this one fact in context. Who the fuck is actually living the true alignments otherwise? I'll say it again. Who the fuck is actually living the true alignment otherwise? If you deny yourself, you deny your ancestors, and therefore forfeit your actual birthrights here on Earth. And that is one of the major ways all of those that don't know the difference have been made slaves to these parasitic imposters in terms of the vampires. And here I'm not speaking about daywalkers that get it. That's right, you heard me fucking say it. Because trust me, they exist as well. And have also done the real work otherwise. See, it boils down to this one question: who the fuck is actually living the true alignment? That's what it boils down to. Are you living it? Or are you just giving lip service to what you assume is the fucking truth because of your postmodern confirmation bias fucking bullshit? And anything that comes to challenge that narrative with the actual truth and facts and can be backed up, let alone in terms of the occult, again, all the shit comes flying out of the goddamn can with you motherfuckers. You can't let it go. You can't let go of your false identity that you have been conditioned to. You can't let go of the fucking programming. You can't let it go. Let it go. Another factor in terms of this monotheistic bullshit that you need to let the fuck go. People that do not exonerate their own ancestors and their own gods are fucking doomed. Why? Because you are in denial of who the fuck you truly are. You are in denial of what is there within your templating that is getting ripped and torn to shreds day in and day out. And this is another reason why you suffer. Because if you betray the soul, you will be mentally punished. All the guilt, shame, remorse, suicidal thoughts, all of this other fucking shit that you deal with out there, this is why. And this is your chance to flip the fucking script again. Take initiation with me. Let's go. So that you can jump onto the front fucking lines and be a part of the one great work that is taking place in the realm. And if you're not doing this, then you're violating cosmic law. And that's how they have got generations for thousands of years now, otherwise in denial of what is there within your blood and fucking bones. Lineages that are powerful as fuck, but they are not connected to what is beyond the lockdown equations. They cannot escape, and that they are the greatest slaves of all, controlled by the fucking overlords that you bow to and are conditioned to fucking consent to. All of these motherfuckers are a bunch of fucking retards. You're fucking leaders in this realm. They're a bunch of fucking retards. It's all about taking this to the next level consistently. And it quite literally is going to be with everything this reveals. And I'm going through my rights. Everyone is going through their rights and trials and testing right now because everything is about to go to the next level. You have to embrace the challenges and the setbacks and the delays and the monkey wrenches and all this fucking bullshit and see it as that and make it a stepping stone instead of allowing all of these things that I just mentioned to become stumbling blocks in your fucking life and bullshit fucking excuses that you make to yourself not to rise otherwise. Anytime this happens, it's your opportunity to rise. That is how it actually works. Going back to the first cosmic law, what you project upon your circumstances will determine how you actually experience them. And I get it, it's fucking difficult. And the reason it's difficult is because all of the programming that you are conditioned to against your very soul, which is required to ignite in order to overcome literally everything in the realm. And with everything in terms of this segment, I'm going to be giving out an actual map in order to navigate it with me here. And I have not even gotten into the meat of this segment yet, you guys. So you're still going to want to strap in. And for those who are able to come to the level, get access to the Hall of Records in context to Amente itself. And even further, the Book of Life, that is you, everyone. That is the mark. That is the difference here with me because I know the difference of what I've stated. And in terms of records and libraries, again, we have the Black Earth Library available. All of the source material. I've made investments myself in order to build the library for all of you out there in terms of credentials for those that have taken initiation into the mystery school. And in terms of getting access to the true records, you have to go within yourself. I was speaking with a student today during a follow-up session, and we were discussing the method of how, in terms of doing what I just mentioned, you get these things come to you, and you may not fully understand. There may be synchronicities or things trying to get your attention that you need to pay attention to. It could be the subtle things, little things, or really big things that just come out of nowhere, a big holy fuck moment, and then you're prompted to look even deeper. And that's the point, because truth is working to get our attention all the time in the realm. And with this particular segment, what I'm going to be launching into will be even more extensive than the Magi, Grail, Shaman, Betrayal, Filth, and Rise of a Source segment. And we'll expound on not only more in terms, but I'm going to swing it all the way back up into alignment in the face of all of this shit in terms of the pre-fall timeline trajectory and also the proper knowledge and wisdom that has been kept from us on levels that even the dark ones cannot access, given the fact that they are never going to do the work to actually achieve it and do everything they have been able to in order to conceal any trajectory otherwise throughout the centuries in order to keep the human races enslaved and key code it into their grid works of consciousness, which are rooted in the subdimensions of the lower astral grid works. Corruption of the 11th gate, an alleged total destruction of the 12th gate, a compromised 8th gate into the 6th dimension, which is where the overlays and distortions are happening on a multidimensional level in terms of step-down consciousness from the 6th gate triangulations in terms of the Metatronics, right through the 5th, the 4th, and the 3rd gates, the 3rd dimension here in the physical realm. Having been anchored by the corruption of the 10th gate access point, into all of that, I will tell you a major secret. We are the true Stargates. We are the gates that I just mentioned. The secret of finding the true alignment in terms of gates of initiation on the celestial and eternal levels. The 7th gate must be accessed via the solar spiral of creation and the science of the circle of the magician mastered in context to 0 and 9 being in alignment. And it's to know that 7 is 9 in terms of high magic to numerology and makes clear the path, though truly narrow, accessible from within your own templating and your connection to the higher force established at the 1st gate access point. That is what the circle of the magician is, the science of it. And you don't motherfucking get there otherwise. All of this other shit in terms of pseudo occult crap that's a counterfeit with all of this other bullshit that is out there, it's laughable to me otherwise knowing what I know. It's laughable because none of it is actually working. And also what I've experienced otherwise with what I'm sharing with you, and also others that have given me reports in terms of what they've experienced learning how to master the science of the circle of the magician, making connection to core intelligence and the higher force themselves. Nobody in the realm can tell me otherwise that what I know and what I teach is not real because the results are clear. They're clear in my life and they're clear in other people's lives as well. And if you have not experienced that, then you haven't actually done it, is my point. And whether people are going to catch what I'm saying or not will be determined upon your capacity to ride this out with me as to its progression and what I'm going to be getting into with this segment, let alone to anything else on the level already that's been presented on Black Earth Productions. You must realize from the get what all of this actually set in motion in our lives and in this world, and why today we are still dealing with the same dynamics across the board in our world. It's very observable otherwise with many, 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 many people out there. Never in modern history have humans known as much as we know now. Yet at the same time, far less than what is necessary to understand what the fuck is really going on in terms of life and reality and why. Again, the path work we forge is not some pastime. It is a way of life, and it's a way of being. And regardless of how little still so many don't know, it's for those who have seized the day in terms of the hour we are in. And to the axiom Carpe Diem, seize the day, motherfuckers. Utter darkness fell upon our world in ways that you still do not know or comprehend are designed to plunge the realm into the goddamn fucking abyss since what happened did. Seize the day, Carpe Diem, every fucking day, and actually do something about it. The reality of the birthright of mankind. And see, you were never meant to know this in terms of their agendas, in terms of what you have been indoctrinated into, given over to a false education and politics and religion, programmed to survival. living in terms of your base instincts and the reptilian brain cortex in terms of fight or flight, in terms of fear, to assume that all of this insane shit is somehow part of quote unquote God's ultimate plan for your life or for the life of nature and the universe. No, that's bullshit. See, in terms of this paradox, again, they have to give you just enough of a half-truth, which is designed to get you to cling onto a false hope, while at the same time abdicating your responsibility to it in terms of a false virtue, which is out of alignment with what actual hope requires, with what actual freedom requires, and your responsibility to it, which is your action towards it, traded out on false virtues and lies and bullshit distractions otherwise. And with centuries of denial of the slaughter of your people and the slaughter of your ancestors, as long as it's not on your actual doorstep, it doesn't affect you, right? No, it fucking does and has. And it's having its effect atavistically, because that is the realm that most people live in. They live in the realm of effect. You are not the cause of your existence, and need to become the cause of your existence to know the fact that we are here right now in this current hour, going through a major process of integration and healing of the ancestors and learning how to master existence on all levels that I've explained: physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and temporal. And that's why all the insane shit has risen to the surface to be released and actually healed and worked through and mastered, and being amplified by an enemy that you cannot see, touch, smell, taste, or even fucking hear, locked down into your 5 physical senses, having been cut off from the other 32 senses on a multidimensional level. This goes for all race, tribes, and cultures across the board. You were never meant to actually come to know your true histories in terms of being human on Earth. And that is one of the major things that I've been working to share with the platform. The actual occult history that is not being given, let alone is given over to speculation or assumption about these things. I've designed things in such a way that if you actually do authentic research and study on levels that I have, let alone greater in terms of potential capacity, which takes years to actually do. Give yourself about 20 years. You think you're awake because you woke up a fucking year ago or 5 fucking years ago or even a decade ago? You're not awake. You still have a lot to learn, and you still have a lot to fucking do, and you still have a lot to know. And I will 100% guarantee that you will come to the same conclusions on your own if you do the actual research and study with the material that I get into on the platform. I'm not fucking around here. And what's even more kick-ass is that there will also be other things revealed to you in terms of your own progression rate. Realize again that you were never meant to know who you are and who your ancestors actually were on top of it. And with all the bullshit that religion, false education, the New Age movement, and especially dark occultism to both the left and the right-wing brotherhoods and sisterhoods, the whole realm fallen into the dark spell of nihilism by the dark goddess Gulveg. Break the spell. Break that shit. That is what we are all here to do. Conditioned and programmed to that condition, unfortunately for most, to not give a fuck about these matters whatsoever. Pulled out on all the high levels of distraction designed to make sure that you fall in line with what they have decided is going to be your fate otherwise. Just like you were trained and indoctrinated as a kid to be a stupid, moronic animal who lives in fear. That is the unconscious condition of the realm. I can sense it, I can smell it, and it fucking stinks to high heaven, motherfuckers. Even as it's been over the centuries. Humanity has not a fucking clue on the level to anything that I'm going to be getting into, let alone where I'm going to be taking things now in terms of the platform. It's nothing new what I'm going to be getting into. It's things that have been concealed in terms of the occult. I'm not teaching anything new. This is the original teaching. A lot of it. Original timeline. And in hindsight to this dark seeding and genetic modification that has taken place, to all the stories that have been written in cuneiform, They literally set themselves against humanity. It says it right there on their fucking goddamn dark fucking tablets. War against the true Aryan race lines, who originally occupied in the northern regions of the south in terms of ancient Kemet. And then it went into the east in terms of Sanskrit and all this other shit. It really was not the other way around like people assume. Again, ancient Kemet was at one time the great seat of the ancient wisdom councils. And in terms of the Caucasians, who we are nothing to actually do with when it comes to our races. Again, we are Carpathian whites in terms of actual races and tribes in the realm. I'm a Carpathian white man through and through. And I'm nothing to do with the Caucasoid infected with a psychopathic tendency, which if you actually study history, you can see quite clear evidence of this. And it was our races in terms of Carpathian whites that were up against these motherfuckers as well in terms of what we have been subjected to overt tyranny throughout the centuries, working to tear all of us away from our true roots. Another thing I need to say here is that it was the Caucasians whose roots go back to the Caucasus Mountains in terms of where the Hibiru were genetically modified and sealed into by the Watchers themselves in order to take over Stargate 10 in Iran. I'll say it again. The Hibiru were genetically modified and sealed into by the Watchers themselves in order to take over Stargate 10 in Iran. Again, all of this goes back to the Sumerian Empire. And from its genetically modified descendants, this specific event was literally witnessed by the true Aryan race lines in terms of Carpathia and the regions that have its roots there in terms of actual genetic disposition, which again also goes back millions of years into prehistory before things became corrupt in this realm. The true Aryan, that is the white, black, red, and yellow dragon race lines. The true Arya is the white in terms of Carpathia, black, red, and yellow dragon lineages. That's right. It's all of us. It's not one race over the other. That is the lie that they have sold the world in terms of the divide and conquer. And our mission in hindsight, and also for the reasons it has been given to me to the hour that we are in, was overseen by the universal keepers of the blue flame itself. This is what the blue flame healing arts and occult science reflects in terms of the platform and the mystery school. And as the first response in terms of our ancient past, you can take that specifically now to the blue kachina in context, and I'm tearing off the fucking mask of it in context to ritual to reveal what has been driving this the whole fucking time that I even began this fucking platform. Metaphorically speaking. Metaphorically. And all of this is much, much bigger. The message to potentially be taken to the Hopi elders themselves by myself directly. If it happens, it happens. And I'm preparing myself otherwise. This was to not only go to war with these motherfuckers in terms of our nations, and I'm talking about war against the Dark Ones, but the nations of the true Aryan. And that is all of us. And we are to work and educate and rehabilitate the planetary shields and pull things back into alignment in terms of personal tribal shields, which are directly connected to the planetary shields. And we're all fucked up after the first wars that broke out between Samaria and Kemet, and especially during the Nephilim Wars. I've said this quite literally now over and over and over and over again, and I'm still going to continue to. And for a time, there was not a goddamn fucking thing that they could do on the level to even come close to even fucking with the armies of ancient Kemet and to the position of the military general of the human heart. None could stand against him, and none could hold a goddamn candle to the proper knowledge and wisdom that was held within his blood and bones, which it still has. And to this day, in terms of my actual bloodline connection to all of it, ignited my own templating. I've been going through a massive integration process for over the last 20 fucking years to even be able to contain the capacity that I've come to now. And there's more. being revealed. And there's more that needs to be integrated, not just with myself, but everybody else in the realm as well. As I said, there's no arrival point here. And there's too much evidence that has presented itself to me and has forced me to accept this about who I am after many, many months of even denying it myself. Well, guess what, motherfuckers? I can't deny it any longer. And it may completely scare the ever fucking living shit out of me, but I don't give a fuck, because that's just a feeling. And feelings are fleeting. What's the actual truth? If you want to see the actual evidence, then you're going to have to get full access to the Black Earth Library and our private archives with the Mystery School, specifically in the disclaimer folder. And you will see quite clear who I actually am and what my position actually is with this Mystery School and how it's actually rooted in terms to the ancient past. And actually step the fuck up and see the great value in all of this for yourselves and make the investment to get initiated into the Mystery School. I'm still going to protect this on the levels necessary, and is what this pathwork trajectory has revealed and required for me in terms of who I am and what this represents for the world. And you don't even need to worry about who the fuck I am. I know who I am through and through, and no one's going to tell me otherwise. The real question is this: who the fuck are you? And why are you as you are, not truly knowing that through and through otherwise? See, that's the key. That's the real secret to all of this. That is where I am directing things, not unto myself, but the actual truth and how to discover that. And not just at the base level, but every fucking level that you could potentially obtain. See your potential. It's about drawing out that potential and going for it and realizing that your life fucking matters and this life matters. Even though you will wrestle with shit, if something's true, it's going to stick and you can run and it will haunt your ass if you do. If it's not, then it's going to fall to the wayside and it's what the fuck ever. I'm not saying certain things can't be given over to assumptions. Again, this is why you must do research and study. And it takes a lot of effort to actually know. And once you do come to know something, you have to put it all on the line and continually on the chopping block, because if something's not true and that axe comes the fuck down and say it does remain, then it's an indication that it's fucking true. And if it wasn't true, then I would not be doing what I am in terms of the platform, even as it is possible to achieve now what the ancients were actually capable and had specialized skill sets in working with the planetary grid system in order to help create the foundation for a true Type 1 civilization. And in order to build an advanced technological culture that was in alignment with the natural laws of the universe in terms of being organic. Realize that the Hibiru groups, which in other terms are the Caucasus race lines, have been genetically modified in an attempt to destroy and rebuild civilization after their model of domination and control before and also after the Nephilim wars took place between ancient Kemet and the Sumerian Draconian Empire. And frankly, for over at least the last 10,000 years, they have been able to do so. Look at the goddamn world and where it currently stands. There it is, right in front of you every single fucking day. The real question is, what are we building? What are we actually building? You can either go be a part of that, or you can do the real hard work and actually build something else that's in alignment, not just for yourselves, but for others and potentially for a community that actually fucking gets it. Realize that attempts were made to actually educate and heal the fracture between the Dark Melchizedek Anunnaki groups that resulted in the triangulation factors with the 6th, 8th, and 10th gate axis at 11.5 within the actual human templating when the great betrayal took place, which now, in my very strong point at table, was an utter fucking mistake. It was a mistake. And it was a mistake that the divine feminine made in context to the matriarchy. That's right. And this is where men in the realm were betrayed, given over to the fucking slaughter. All of you women out there, your ancestors were fucking raped and taken to be part of the fucking breeding programs in context to the Nuberian infiltration. You can take that back to fucking Wormwood. It cut everything off from the seventh gate access point and overtly control everything from the sixth gate in terms of triangulation factors on a multidimensional level that bleed forward in terms of the principle of step-down consciousness integration, which is everything to do with the manipulation of the second cosmic law of correspondence, as above, so below, as within, as without. And as I've stated, the seventh gate is the most important gate to access in terms of actual templating and actual initiation into the occult, besides the first in terms of the science of the circle of the magician. Again, 7 reflecting the 9 in context to numerology. Getting access to what you really need to transcend all of this bullshit and anchor the higher here in terms of actual ascension. Again, ascension happens here on Earth. And if you cannot rise above any of this shit, then you're never going to actually fucking ascend, especially in terms of some kind of bullshit spiritual escapism. Do you get what I'm saying here, everyone? Through this insane modification that was designed to make us in their image with advanced inorganic technologies and holographic inserts and seals and implants. It's the exact same shit that their kind rolled out in 2020 to genetically modify the human races with a kill shot otherwise, on top of all of the other ways that our physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and temporal health conditions. It's the same goddamn playbook as it was in terms of the procession of the grand cycle. Records reveal that they brought this into the realm and was hidden underground in the Busiji Mountains, which is the southern region of the Carpathians, which they were able to infiltrate through the Busiji Mountains. And they dug goddamn tunnel systems, both these modified Hubiru controller humans and their non-human overlords. This was one of the ways that they were able to get into the region undetected subsequently in order to blend in with the surface population and scout the region. And further to this, the Carpathian area and the Black Sea coastal communities started to become populated with certain descendants of the Hibiru group, which I cannot ascribe, knowing what I know, that they were the original races that came forth in terms. No. The race lines came forth the Carpathian Mountains and went up into the north, down into the south, and the east from there. All of this happened after the fact, and everything else is an utter fucking lie in terms of the white race. And it was all designed to undermine he that truly holds the key codes of the fire tablet itself. And people don't know this shit, which is why I'm sharing it here with this segment. I've not been wrong about anything I've ever presented public, and I'm not wrong about what I'm saying here. I've done research and study on it, and I also have clear memory in terms of what happens. Also accessing the actual records of Amente to confirm the parchments that I've got a hold of in terms of the Black Earth Library. And there's so much confusion when it comes to the white races in general. Realize that there is a major, major difference here. Major. And regardless of anything, what we all need to be doing is connecting to advanced organic technologies in order to repair the organic architecture of our personal templates in terms of tribal shields on the level and anchor those into the original grids that had been buried under the overlays in terms of what the Dark One's gridworks have instituted in terms of overlays and distortions. Route them the fuck out and anchor into the planetary shields on the level that I'm telling you. Let's say if the entire fucking world was doing this. Just imagine with me right now, if the entire fucking world was actually doing this. Do you realize what would happen? It would literally reignite the planetary shields in such a way that it would utterly tear down the entire fucking inverted infrastructure of that which has enslaved the human races, the aeons, breaking the chains of mind control and all this shit on the planet damaged by the Nephilim wars that took place, on top of everything else in our modern times. It would literally reignite the planetary shields via the tribal shields, igniting the blood and bones of every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth. This is what I would say constitutes true awakening on the levels necessary in order to actually transcend. Mastering our lives, knowing the difference, living by a code and having a standard in terms of our own domain, in terms of our relationships, in terms of our communities, in terms of our regions, in terms of wherever we are in the fucking world. And this going out like that. But everybody's got to be doing the real work, and everyone's got to face their shit, and everybody's got to do things that they don't necessarily think that they're even capable of because of the conditioning. That's what you got to let go. That's what you got to break by igniting the planetary shields from within your templating. Knowing the game that has been set against your soul and winning that shit and overcoming and flipping the fucking board and no longer playing that shit or playing on their terms. Is very difficult, and none of us are out of the goddamn fucking woods. Fucking nobody. Nobody. Not on this level. Realize that we're still dealing with the consequences of what happened in terms of the ancient past, and even in terms of modern history, and all the ways that it's played itself out throughout the centuries on a drip to fuel on their grid works and keep the human races subject to their rule through the false gatekeepers and those who claim to be God over all of us in terms of their dark, Luciferian, satanic bullshit ideologies. Their future descendants took what knowledge was retained through the oral traditions and hidden sacred texts of every race, tribe, and culture across the world. And this ancient wisdom later, through many twistings and inversions, became the foundational teachings of what was given to those that they were able to make slaves, appropriated, and misinterpreted. Many of the Magi, Grail, Shaman lineages were originally formed by the authentic Aryan race line lineages, the white, black, red, and yellow, and further with the Slavic traditions in context to Siberia, which is said to be the bedrock of where true shamanism in terms of the Great North hailed from. And all of it was dismantled throughout the Middle East and East Asian cultures, especially with India. And as it appears with the Hibiru Hyksos kings of this, and what they were able to launch into the world from Acadia, preferred the lineages that held the sacred codex in order to gather this esoteric knowledge to subjugate the knowledge about the true universal tree of life. And from that, formulate through the dark Melchizedek priest and priestess classes, teachings that came forth the original Aryan race lines of the four white dragon lineages. Again, white dragon is of the north, black dragon is of the south, red dragon is of the west, and yellow dragon is of the east. And slowly over time, trading everything out in terms of what they claim is the Western magical tradition, having infiltrated the Carpathian basin in the south. And mind you, this took centuries to do, but they rebranded it into the controlling narratives to serve them and exalt the Hibiru as the chosen ones of quote-unquote God in terms of monotheistic ideologies. And through a process of name stealing over many generations, they rewrote the knowledge in the Talmud, with the Kabbalah, with the Clipboth, and all of these other things in terms of the Quran, the Bible, and a bunch of other things like the Book of Enoch in order to amplify their ruling power in terms of the actual Carpathian grid works of consciousness. And the ones that know the difference are professed Satanists. It doesn't matter if they're Christian, Jewish, of Islam, or of the Italian dynasties, or whatever dynasty out there that has been a part of this satanic motherfucking agenda. And while behind closed doors and in shadow are the ones who have implemented the concepts of dark sorcery and child blood sacrifice, let alone any blood sacrifice to Shamash, the alien gods in terms of the Watchers, the Svartalfar, the Synagogue of Satan. I don't give a fuck what you call it. It's all in context to everything that I'm getting at. And anyone that knows the difference otherwise can take it from many different points of view here. That's why I'm explaining it in different ways. And since it's finally a hot topic of conversation, just like I said, it was going to become, the groups that were originally behind the creation of the Jewish state of Israel are not to be confused to be Jewish. Talmudic Judaism and Judaism in general is nothing to do with a race of people. It's to do with an ideology. This is an ideology, okay? And many of whom, among whatever group, have no idea that this has actually happened or has been happening within the ranks of the top politicians and religious leadership and all of these other things. They were the ones that were targeted by the Anunnaki coming down from the Caucasus Mountains in context. Temple Mount is the location of Stargate 2 and is why that area is contested over for the controlling forces who desire to continue the Hibiru hosting, pulled into this idea of the 12 original Hebrew tribes that were allegedly there in terms of that area we know as Israel today. And that area is also known as a flat plain and is what the parallel El Shaddai, El Shad AI gridworks to Metatron are actually anchored in the realm, and then spreads out into and then spreads itself out into that entire region of the Middle East in the realm. That area also got taken over because it's a major trade route as well. Because from that one area, those ports, in terms of the Mediterranean Sea, and it's right above Egypt, which I said used to be the seat of the ancient wisdom councils. But the earth back then was way different than it is now. The agenda and context of what I just mentioned, it's the current condition of the geography of the planet that also plays into this. So in terms of the gridworks of Metatron that are anchored there, as I've said, mathematical reversal gridworks to the checkerboard mutation within the genome also manifested the crucifixion implants on a psychosomatic level. And what they do in terms of manipulating the gate of perception has set the stage in context, knowing that the world's going to pull its own strings to it in terms of being conditioned. And that's how they're able to get away with what the fuck they do. Also, with the threat of non-existence, realize that before the rise of the black nobility behind Vatican City, Carthage was the bustling capital, the northern point of Africa. Carthage was one of the most important trading hubs of the ancient Mediterranean world in terms of a trade port economy current and one of the most affluent cities, which descended lineages of the Canaanites and bloodlines of the black nobility. The black nobility branch went on to found the secret society power centers in Italy, Switzerland, as such through the Vatican, the Knights of Malta, the Knights Templar, the Venetians, which would then grow into occupying one major sector of the trifecta to its current globalist power basis, as it is the center of the world and point where everything converges in our reality field, like I was saying. This is also how they've been able to seal off the gates of Amente and the alignment of that which existed before the Great Cataclysm. And it's not, again, to live in the past. It's to know the difference and why the world is in the condition that it is on a very real occult level. And this is what we have in terms of our goddamn responsibility to greatly alter things to our original alignment otherwise. This literally has to be remembered and done. You don't fucking realize how hard humanity has been derailed. Continue forward. Hear what I'm saying. Why I'm teaching the things that I do in terms of the mystery school, which is beyond all this shit, connects us back to what will compel us forward otherwise. And our time now, to the current saga now, to be the cause point in the reality field now. This is what's manipulated against us. You not knowing, and you don't know what you even really want, because everything else to its overlays and distortions are programming against your very fucking soul. The real question is this: what does your soul want? What does your soul know? Not your programmed brain, contrary to it. That's not what I'm speaking to here. And if you did know, like those that actually get results in their lives, it's to be a testimony to it, not a goddamn contradiction in denial. If that's the case, then you didn't do the work. And it's even worse for those that assume they know what the fuck is up, but they don't on levels that without which you're totally fucked at the first gate of actual fucking awakening and awareness in the realm. And that's what everybody seems to want to fucking skip. All these fucking assholes that do not acknowledge the higher force, let alone the gates of true intelligence. Oh, wait, that's right. You were never meant to know these things. You were never meant to know this shit. Listen the fuck up. I want what is true. What about you? Do you guys want to know what the fuck is true? I want what's in alignment. because everything else is fucking bullshit. And I know it's bullshit. And you should know it's bullshit. And I know what it's like to be tossed by the waves of the raging seas, drowning for what seemed to be forever in my life before I really, and I mean really, snapped the fuck out of it. And if I can do it, so can you. So can anybody else. Going further here, the Hyksos kings preferred to target specific lineages, the esoteric knowledge about the true universal tree of life. What you must realize again in terms of everything is that they rebranded it into the controlling narratives to serve them as the exalted Hibiru tribes of the chosen ones of God. Like I said, the quote-unquote chosen ones of God. And all of this other stuff in terms of religion is a ruse on the front. And again, it's what they have given the slaves to never know the difference to, even those that would reach a certain point of awareness of these things. Because it goes deeper. It goes deeper beyond anything I've even presented public. It goes way deeper. There's a lot more. And it really is truly satanic forces in terms that want to steal creation and life force energy away from humans. So the term adversary does suit what we have been up against in context. This is a parasitic lower force that cannot be negotiated with, and has done everything it can through all of its race tribe lineages to kill, steal, and destroy the inherent knowledge of humanity's own consciousness bodies away from them. This is much older than the weakness of the religion of Christianity and what people know as the Star of David, when it is used by itself, cuts us off from everything else in terms of the true system of magic that we work with in terms of the true universal tree of life. But nobody knows this. Everybody out there thinks that this is a part of the real systems of magic and the true Western magical tradition, and it's fucking not. It's not to do with any traditions, original traditions. It's only to do with the building blocks, the cube of reality that at the point became inverted and twisted otherwise and limited, and is used in terms of dark sorcery against the realm with those that have been taught to defile this realm and fuck it up on purpose in dark occult rituals by the imposter trickster spirits and the parasitic alien factions in terms of the Metatronics, Metatron's cube. This was designed to prevent the true meaning of unity consciousness among us in terms of the divide and conquer. Realize that it's the descendants of the race lines of the Sumerian Draconian Empire that are the ones that are truly in control of Israel, which is behind the globalist push to perpetuate and instigate wars. That is why all this shit going down there, on top of the fact that they had already infiltrated Ukraine from the inside out through COINTELPRO, having provoked things with fucking Russia, instigating the entire fucking thing. And it's how these motherfuckers operate. This is a proxy war, and everything to do with these geopolitical war games that set themselves against the populations of these countries that are not the wiser in terms of the game that's being played on their minds. And like all wars that are started by them, it would be very different in terms of those who are truly awakened otherwise and would play it out much fucking different. But in all these cases, they play both sides of the opposition and also finance both sides in order to circumvent these places even more than they have been. These are led imposters who present themselves deceptively as public leaders of the Jewish people in order to infiltrate into the local cultures with a storefront, yet behind closed doors are heavily organized and practicing hardcore bloodletting vampiric cult rituals across the planetary grid's networks to fuel the overlays as demanded by the invaders. And this goes back to the Dark Gods. This goes back to the Anunnaki, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Also to fuck up the energy field in terms of where all of the energy is being dispensed in the realm, where all the focus is going, being funneled in order to fuel this shit. Do you understand? Your energy goes where your attention flows. It sounds cliche, I know. It's kind of cheesy, but it's fucking true. Whatever you give your focus, that is where all of your energy is going. And what you need to do is give it unto the higher force and your lives to make this world a better fucking place. Not to be distracted by all this fucking bullshit. There's nothing that you're going to be able to do if you're over here in the American territories and going and protesting for Palestine isn't going to change what the fuck is happening in Palestine. You got to deal with your own backyard. You got to deal with where you're at. It's not dealt with online. It's dealt with in the real motherfucking world. And all of the energy being dispensed and wasted otherwise. You got to know how to use this technology correctly, everybody. And here, everybody's going to be able to literally feel it. Otherwise distracted and retarded and numb the fuck out, just like anyone else on the earth that is not awakened, let alone realizes that they have the ability to actually transcend all of this shit on the level once things are known beyond these factors that we need to be the fuck aware of. Be aware of it, but never give it your focus, because it's all designed to be a distraction. And the why to certain things, otherwise, as I've just mentioned, and all of it being ran by non-human entities, that again, in terms of our real enemy, does not even originate in our universe, but is a parallel that is quite literally the goddamn fucking abyss itself. And this now is where I'm going to start getting into the map that I've laid out for this particular teaching. I'm going to start at the very bowels of the abyss itself, and with a very real motherfucking lifeline thrown into the very depths of this to create for you a track that you can grab a hold of no matter where the fuck you are in terms of this particular frame, that you're going to be able to see and see exactly where it is that you need to transcend this shit. And I'm taking it down to the very fucking core of what most men and women will never know, also given to my experience in terms of my shamanic rites of initiation, the alchemical rites of initiation. Nobody in the realm knows what the fuck I have actually faced. And it doesn't make me better. This is just what I have experienced there in context and what compels me otherwise to do what I do. Because the last thing I want for anybody in the realm is to end up in that fucking place. And if you don't think that place exists, you're fucking wrong. It's time to start getting into the meat of the occult secrets of Carpathia and what my ancestors warned the realm to what unfolded otherwise. Before that, however, I'm going to pull this segment into another break. Pull back, reflect, prepare yourselves for what I'm about to get into next. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. Check out the links below and send me a direct email at blackearthproductions with an S at the end at hotmail.com. I will be right back. Yes, we are back now from that break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. And now to take it into the meat of what this segment and what this specific series in terms of the platform is going to really start getting into. And as you can see, the map that I've sanctioned in terms of everything that all of this is going to constitute, we are going to go right into what I mentioned right before the break. I'm going to be taking you deeper into that which very few people actually understand is going on, let alone what they've experienced without dire consequences otherwise. Here I'm also speaking from personal experience, as I did access the art in terms of the Cabalistic Carpathian dead tree of stagnation and rot. I know what many could still be assuming when it comes to Kabbalah, but I assure you that the knowledge of what the art actually is something that I've known for over 20 fucking years now, and went through the process of sealing off the rift in terms of my connection to the higher force and navigating through those corridors. And in terms of what I experienced before, all of the lower sub-realm grid works of consciousness is what all of this is. And despite my experience, it was Raziel who was my patron in terms of these specific grid works. I beheld the great mysteries many years ago, and in terms of almost being totally fucking destroyed on the high levels of hyperdimensional warfare that came with it once the veil in terms was peeled the fuck back, and it was not just Raziel I'd interface with, but every angel and demon of the Cabalistic and Carpathian grid works of the greater and lesser key of Solomon being unleashed within your resonance field and not being able to fucking navigate it. Back then, I did not practice the circle of the magician the way that I do now and the way that I teach now for years with the mystery school. But in the ways that the left wing and the right wing brotherhoods and sisterhoods utilize the circle when it comes to invocation, summoning, incantation, and conjuring of these lesser forces. And to my experience with it all, there is no literal difference between angels and demons, let alone the archdemons and archangels in context. They reflect one another within the Hall of Mirrors, which is a host field that Kabbalah keys the mind into, and past the lure of bliss and promise of superhuman powers and all the shit that has tempted individuals over the centuries by these creatures of vile deception, holding my ground against them literally for years of my life when I was younger. This is when Raziel began to have interaction with me and told me straight that Kabbalah is bullshit and that I was transcending these grid works of consciousness because I had the key codes to fucking do so, and that much more was going to be revealed to me beyond what Raziel even had access to, the keeper of the mysteries of those specific grid works. And I was shown the great mystery of Da'at, which has everything to do with the bowels of the abyss itself, much of which I've been able to allude to on Black Earth Productions, already to the post-fall timeline in our true occult histories. And what Da'at actually is, in a nutshell, is the knowledge of what actually took place that threw not only our solar system into all-out war and full-blown fucking chaos, but exposed the fact that Kabbalah is operating on a broken and shattered cosmology, and also revealed the mystery of what happened in terms of every Ragnarok that has happened. 3 in terms have already taken place, and to the 4th one that took place in 2020 on a psychic level, pulling this realm even harder into the El Shad AI timeline gridworks and fired up the Metatronics in terms of the Phantom Matrix gridworks. And to all of this again revealed the actual system of dark sorcery that is used in terms of dark rituals and war and chaos unto the fallen Anu themselves via the Watchers, who are the Svarta Far, and that were warned against in terms of the mythos and the true magical system that we operate with in terms of the true universal tree of life. This in a nutshell is what I've come to know. It's been confirmed. All of the shit contrary, in short, is everything to do with the Shadow Dragon Leviathan, and ridden by the vampiric dark god Set Typhon, who hailed the Thothian sect in terms of the betrayals that took place to become the god of this realm over the true gods who existed millions, if not billions of years going into prehistory and the pre-fall timelines of humanity. Again, taken back to Hyperborea and the Polarian timelines, specifically to the first and second seeding of humanity. That was almost completely and totally annihilated to what pulled everything into the third cycle, which is the Atlantean and Lemurian timelines. Take that to ancient Kemet. And all of this in context to the fifth cycle, the Atlantean cycle that humanity has been caught in. We have reached the end times of the fourth world, according to the prophecy. And all of this goes back to the crux, again, of what happened in ancient Kemet. And to what existed before all of that ever took place. That is what this mystery school represents, and everything to do with the original timeline trajectory we are all meant to be on. I bridged the goddamn fucking rift. I know what the abyss actually is, and it's far worse than any of you could imagine, motherfuckers. You have no idea what your actual mortal enemy has planned for your ass if you do not wake the fuck up for real. And any occultist worth their salt will know exactly what the fuck I am speaking about. And if you don't know what I'm speaking about, then you don't know the things that you actually need to know within the wheel of the first veil. All of this is just first veil, but also bleeds into the second, the third, and the fourth in terms of the core wound of humanity. And that is what this entire world has been enthralled to and is still enthralled to, otherwise ignited the gates of true intelligence in terms of actual initiation into the occult. Not this sliver that religion has conditioned you to fear and bow to and hope for rescue from their overlords. This is how the dialectic factor operates here in the third dimension in terms of physical reality. Into the first veil, let alone the second, right on up into the sixth veil, where the dialectic factors fractal the fuck out into the 124875 in context to a mind virus, and those that are key coded into these lower astral sub-realm gridworks straight the fuck into the black hole systems. And it's where all of the old ones rule over the entire fucking gambit. And they're here. That is what they put in the needlecraft, the very thing that they worship and bow to. And again, to the fact that there is no goddamn difference between angels and demons in terms of their Cabalistic Carpathian systems of dark sorcery, all ridden by the parasite. This is how the ultimate evil operates to these false gatekeepers, and also try to mimic what it ultimately can't in terms of the false cold light. That's why I know what I know about Kabbalah, the Clipoth, and can also speak about these things because I fucking worked with that system and no one has a clue what I actually fucking experienced in terms. It is highly dangerous as fuck, and not only to my experience with all of it, but in terms of study and actual research in context to the occult to it. And also the experience of others I know personally that I witnessed get taken by this fucking shit. And it's the same parasite that rides the consciousness of these vampires on ground level. The occult secrets of Carpathia, the crux, all goes back to the war between the Lycan and the vampires. This is why I'm throwing up the wolf shield. This is why we hail the dragon wolf in terms of the mystery school, which all goes back to the true memory of the real war that this realm has been dealing with since this shit went the fuck down. It's another way of getting into it. And this is well beyond the surface of basic levels when you don't realize you've been dealing with a broken and failed cosmology when it comes to those systems. It is how they keep the collective in a trauma-based mind control. The Sephiroth are lower astral host fields within the gutted mechanics of Kabbalah and Clipoth, which contain, again, the dimensional location in the Phantom Matrix that the angelic hierarchies and all of the satanic and dark Luciferian forces actually exist. And you ain't ever gonna get this at your local church being taught on a Sunday fucking night. Ever. Never in a million years would they expose how the ones on the highest fucking levels wield their dark and inverted twisted magics. And to this, as you should already fucking know by now in terms of the pathwork we hold oath and honor to with the Mystery School, is revealed that true ascension happens while we stand. And with moral terror, we are meant to unleash this in terms of planetary liberation. The people in my network are doing it, and it is growing. Despite the increased numbers of absolute fucktarded morons that are out there, we are living it despite anything. Our lives are an example to it. And this is about truly educating otherwise in order to know the difference. We know how our enemy operates, and we also know how to slay the inner tyrant. So there is no hook point into our minds to be raked the fuck out our very soul, like a lot of motherfuckers out there it's happened to. The walking motherfucking dead. It's how they're even labeled by those that rule over their minds. And unless you take the actual gauntlet of what initiation requires you to come into, you won't come out the other side into the nation which reveals the birthright. A sovereign nation, a sovereign people, becoming the gate and portal that otherwise truly knows how to throw and anchor the tribal and planetary shields around us so that our fields are clear for us to live, move, and have our being otherwise, and that we are free despite the fucking circumstances, to do what we are here to do, to create what we are here to create, and to influence the way that we are meant to influence, and not being pulled out into the thralls of madness and utter fucking insanity otherwise. Because the nature of these dark forces are sourcing from the attributes of the predator mind and the eclipsed gate of true intelligence, and counting on these factors so that the gates of true intelligence never crack the fuck open within an individual's template. And if everyone were to ever experience interface with these lower forces like I literally fucking have, you better know the fucking difference. And the truth is this. First, it's imperative to study moral code, humanitarian-based ethics, and take actual initiation into the mystery school here via Temple of the White Dragon and lay the foundation to do the real great work. Because let me tell you, there's nothing else out there that's going to get things to where they need to fucking go in terms of the trajectory of the original timeline otherwise. It's not to say that certain individuals and groups out there aren't on track, but a lot of what I'm getting into is what you're missing in terms of the whole entire fucking gambit. This is why we are here. This is why my kind are here. Not only to anchor the higher in this realm, but to transcend the lockdown equations. Building this strong inner foundation and fortification for actual rites of initiation into the occult. By first learning how to make connection to core intelligence and the higher force of the Jedi itself. Without that, you do not have the torch lit within your templating unto the All-Father and All-Mother that generates a solid energy aura, which builds the spiritual virtues for housing the power of the blue flame itself, which in turn builds the spiritual light body and inner and outer strength to connect with the ribbon code scripts of the multidimensional universal logos itself. Again, to this, all is within. We're making connection to pure, raw, infallible consciousness. And this in terms is what repels all of these demonic energy parasites. If a person has not developed an aligned heart-based virtue and is untrained in clearing the houses of ego, addressing these anti-life forces can greatly trigger these motherfuckers out, especially if they're hooked the fuck in on. And being able to contact or deliver these dark forces is not for the spiritual neophyte. Things in context to possession and mental fracturing from the weakened mind and weakened body can result in a psychotic break if you're fucking with the wrong shit. Post-fall cosmology that our solar system was thrown into on account of the most recent cataclysm and also to the destruction of Maldek, the history of Maldek, and what actually happened in context to Maldek. The planetary gate of the Odd was completely and totally fucking annihilated when they ripped open the fucking rift into the fucking realm. It was replaced. Our original home, as far as I'm concerned, before incarnation started to happen here on Earth, until again the gambit was fucking betrayed. The history of Maldek gets into the crux of the Odd after it was destroyed. This is the second Ragnarok that the current saga actually speaks about, and I'm taking it deeper in terms of the codes of the goat. I am of the Boza bloodline lineage, just as Bach was of the lineage of the goat. I am also one of the progenitors in terms of bloodlines and context, and is also why I know what I know in terms of activations of my own templating, confirming my experience. And the first Ragnarok goes back to the cataclysm of Tara. This shit's not a joke, and you need to take heed to what I'm going to start getting into here, because this is beyond reckoning. The bowels of the abyss is everything to do with the inverted womb gate of this realm, from which all of the dark gods sprang forth, to what the mythos of my ancestors has explained. I am making correlations to actual reality and to the actual occult history and context, and to the current saga we are living now in our world, especially since 2020. This also attributes the information that I shared in the Magi, Grail, Shaman segment, the Nectar of Immortality, when it comes to Loki and Gulveg. And to it, I'm swinging it back around and ripping and tearing through layer after layer of what has been concealed, and to pull things back into the gridworks of consciousness that we are meant to be in alignment with, hence where we originally came from in terms of the ancestors, who I've been charged to bring this forth with. And here I'm literally giving you guys a map to the entire fucking trajectory in terms of the paradox and crux of this reality field. And we'll show you as I progress with this specific series that's going to be unfolding. This is going to be very extensive, and it will be a lot. And to this, I appreciate everyone's support. I appreciate your patience, as it's been throughout the years. Now, let's dive deep into the motherfucking bowels of what most women are terrified of, and again, only few men could ever comprehend for a single second otherwise, to what I'm going to be sharing with you. And since I've passed the trials in terms of my shamanic rites of initiation, positioned to reveal these things. We are the Volsung in terms, and in terms further, when it comes to the inverted womb gate of the abyss, I'm going to kick all of this off by getting into Lilith, the cult of Baal Lilith in context. Now, Lilith, despite what anyone may assume because of false New Age teachings, and because people don't actually know the occult, let alone with the dark occult, is put on a pedestal as their goddess to be followed and worshipped, on top of the fact that she, in terms of this specific kind of archetype, has been painted as some kind of victim. And that is exactly what the vampiric narcissistic mentality dictates for all mankind, being plagued on your minds in terms of some kind of virtue against the quote-unquote patriarch. But is exactly who the castrated patriarch actually bows down to and worships and are enslaved to in terms of the strong arm of Baal. That's who the castrati are, the strong arm of Baal. And these types also constitute the cult of Belial, and all of it only serves the Dark Ones and the triangulation tactics to castrate the human races into their gridworks of consciousness in context to slavery. Victim mentality, slave consciousness, poverty consciousness. And it's the lie promoted and promulgated the cult of Baal Lilith itself, and has worked very well in terms of instilling it in the minds of both men and women across the board, neo-feminism, and also given to the extremes of movements like MGTOW and all this other shit to the divide and conquer between men and women in this fucking realm. The ones that do not come together and collaborate. I'm telling all of you guys right now to hear what the fuck I'm saying. If we do not come together and collaborate and move and evolve beyond this petty bullshit competition in the fucking realm, then we are not going to survive these fucking times. What's going to end up happening is everyone's going to tear each other to fucking pieces as it's been. Your egos are too calcified. All of you motherfuckers are eclipsed. We need to be collaborating with one another, not backbiting, slandering, gossiping, and tearing each other the fuck down for fear. People that are like that are not going to fucking survive what the fuck is coming. What's going to be unleashed on their dumbasses in terms of motherfucking judgment. And I'm not talking about God and all this different kind of fucking shit. No, I'm talking about the gate of judgment in context to the fucking tarot. You haven't risen up out of your fucking graves. You didn't hear the fucking horn sound blown in terms of waking the fuck up to what I'm talking about. And all of you are drowning in the current of fucking Lilith right now. You can see to all of the current narratives and all the forms and content and controversy over these things. The Dark Ones know the power that's there when men and women come together in alignment. And that's what you idiots don't fucking know. They're laughing in all of your fucking faces as you put them up on a fucking pedestal instead of collaborating with the people in your fucking community to create tribe. That's what has to happen here in terms of the temple. That is what has to happen here in terms of the goddamn mystery school. And that is the horn I keep sounding. It's the current of Lilith that is the actual birthgate to this specific entity whose name is Shamash and all of the other hordes of evil that were ever unleashed in this realm. Lilith is quite literally in terms equated with a very large variety of feminine types of demons, succubus entities, and is also the great and terrible mother archetype that gave birth to evil in our realm. And it was through the husk of a woman that evil was allowed to be given birth through. Again, this is specific. This is not an attack on womankind. I am exposing what has targeted you, and you need to be aware of it and fully consciously awakened to how all of this is manipulated against your mind to make you into that instead of becoming a woman of virtue, a woman that operates in alignment, a woman that knows the fucking difference, a woman that's willing to take up a fucking weapon if necessary. This is an attack on what has beset itself against all of you women out there. And also the strong, virtuous men in our world. And like a wormhole to wormwood, the personification. Her name means gold greed. Why do you think they are obsessed with gold? And think of how that ideology has plagued the current generation in terms of vampiristic entitlement on top of what the fallen Anu, as it states in their own writings in cuneiform, stated that they came to harvest and to trade it out, making us into them, turning our own kind against our own kind. See, none of you guys out there even know what the fuck gold actually is. We know what the fuck gold actually is, and we have it in a form that nobody else out there does. The ideas around who Lilith really is, which came much later in context of our true occult history, all goes back to the Carpathian hierarchies. And in terms of the tradition of my ancestors, warned our entire realm, especially warned against her ultimate form in context to Hyrule. As revealed in the mythos, leads the funeral pyre of Balder, who again is the great solar symbol of the human soul. And unless all of creation cries out for Balder, Balder cannot rise and bring judgment the fuck down. Hearing that call, hearing the trumpet. And that's the things I've already mentioned, as I said in the Magi, Grail, Shaman, Nectar of Immortality segment. On an expansion now, many demons and shadow creatures, from what some have referenced as lunar forces, manipulate the gauge of our perception. These intruding groups have done nothing but sought out to permanently destroy the natural occurring activations of the solar universal logos DNA codex from working, let alone activating, to eradicate existence. And I literally mean anywhere on the face of the earth, within the entire universal system in terms of our connection to it. And in order to take our realm is a primary territory for colonization in terms of domination and control over all the human races, the animals, nature, and anything it touches. These nefarious groups, again, are quite literally vampires who are ridden by the parasites that have planned and have been executing agendas to gradually use solar simulators to replace the heat of the actual sun in the lower atmosphere. And this in context to all the fucking chemtrails is how they are making our realm more habitable for them, on top of all of the other ways that people are being fucking poisoned through the food, through the water, and all this other fucking shit. Most of you out there are fucked up because of this, and I'm not going to sugarcoat what the fuck I'm getting at. This is for fucking real. They're making our realm more habitable for them by replacing the soul with the parasite. And because it's the sun that transmits eternal soul intelligence, most of you don't even realize that that's the very first planetary gate that you enter through in terms of incarnation into the realm. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you are not initiated into the mysteries. Even at a base level, you have no fucking idea how reality actually works. And this is on a base level. And everything that's going on is working to tear us all away from the universal solar emerald logos as mankind. And like we all know in terms of what we have heard in the legends of old, it's impossible for any vampire to come out into the light of the sun. This is also why having gold within your blood, in terms of the activation of sun bonds with the nectar of Athanasia, is a guarantee that you will not be bitten or sucked dry by these pieces of fucking shit. I can guarantee that you will be warded against them. Higher consciousness capacity will ignite, and you will know exactly what you need to do when you need to do it, making connection to core intelligence and the higher force. And these types otherwise have been given over. They've been given the fuck over, let alone willingly, because of willful ignorance and apathy and chaos. All of this consented bullshit to the lust of assumed power, assumed authority, and the pseudo-immortal blood-sucking domination as God over this fucking realm, with which they are required to feed. And all of you are seeing as minors in terms of them being your fucking overlords, having forever been cut off from the higher force, and will not ever acknowledge. They will never acknowledge true intelligence, and they will never acknowledge the higher force. They don't know true intelligence, and they don't know the higher force. For if they did, they would not do what they do. And this is why our kind pose such a threat to them. And that's why they are a threat to you otherwise, because listen up, you're not at the top of the goddamn fucking food chain here in context, especially now that the real war has escalated to the points that it has since 2020, and even before, going all the way back for centuries and thousands of years in all the ways that it's been playing the fuck out in our world. And what the occult secrets of Carpathia actually reveal, which also demonize the real heroes to our actual history in terms of a major psychological projection. And this is why humanity must remember, if we're going to at the very least fucking survive the times we are currently in. You guys have no fucking idea the plans that are going to be rolled the fuck out. You think you know, but you still don't fucking know. You don't know the game plan of your fucking enemy. You don't even know thyself. You don't even know how this bullshit fucking game operates otherwise. You think you do, but you really, really fucking don't. And it doesn't matter if you have billions and trillions of dollars in your fucking bank account. All of that's fucking irrelevant. Because these motherfuckers don't give a shit about that. That's what they've conditioned you to give a shit about more. And then you're pulled out into this petty competition. That's not what gets us there. What's going to get us there is us coming together, the war that we are dealing with here in terms. And it's a place between the lunar consciousness gridworks and the solar consciousness gridworks. See, we're not just dealing with archetypes and symbolism, as well as other things to make correlation. What we are actually working with, being worked against you, are the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms, which reflect in context these infinite parasitic forms in terms of control over the gauge of your perception. This, in terms of lunar consciousness, is everything to do with how your thought and emotion operate as individuals. All of this is manipulated in terms of nerve induction. This is how they are able to target the mind in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration on a daily motherfucking basis. And if you don't know magic on the fucking level, then you don't have a fucking chance of what's being unleashed on your ass. You don't even know what's being unleashed on your fucking ass. And you're just going with the fucking programming. You're just going with whatever's dropping in your fucking head. And you're not fucking thinking, motherfuckers. As well as it concealing out and driving out any and all solar consciousness, eternal light from the codex that is there within that soul spark. It's a soul spark that beats and sparks every time your heart beats. It's an electrical charge. It's what keeps you potentially eternally alive. And if that's not ignited on the levels that is necessary to start extracting the gold of consciousness from within your templating and containing that within your morphogenetic field, then you are subject to all of the engaging conflicts in order to gain control over the souls of humanity and the future timelines here on Earth during the true ascension cycle, which has everything to do with the original timeline trajectory. You don't know the hour that we are in. You don't know what true ascension requires, and you do not even know who you're looking at in the fucking mirror. And in terms of this, these sub-realm lunar forces are fighting for access over the genetic material in human bodies that they can use for colonization, parasitic life extension, and above all, slave labor in terms of their good works, and work to pull the Solar Logos key codes into the lowest dimensions of the phantom realms. But as we are living the alignment otherwise and attempting to free all imprisoned motherfuckers and their consciousness capacity that has been stuck in time on a repeat to all of this fucking bullshit ad nauseum, day in and day out, repeatedly and recycled over and over and over and over again to keep your ass enslaved. You got to break the moon chains in context and ignite the soul. These are the eyes of Horus and the wisdom that is there when you look into his eyes. It shows you. And the ignition of the raw Hor Kahoot. This isn't a judgment. You're going to bring judgment on yourself if you don't wake the fuck up. By all of you not knowing the goddamn motherfucking difference out there. You're building it. You've been building it. We're meant to be building something greater. We're in the middle of 2024 right now. It's the year of the dragon. And it's either going to be pure dragon consciousness that ignites, or it's going to be amplified shadow dragon consciousness in terms of its antithesis. Take it down to the two main timeline trajectories. The moon chains here in terms make a motherfucker soulless in context. A polarized clone drone who's been hybridized to be used in any way they choose. The moon chains are also connected to the destruction of Maldek and the shards of ancient consciousness shattered and scattered the very moon itself, again as a goddamn fragment of Maldek. That's why it was brought here to set the Earth on its axis in alignment with Polaris, which again is why everything is goddamn polarized to the extremes that they are in our world. You don't know metaphysics. You don't know language. You don't know how to make correlations. And I got to be the motherfucker to tell you guys. And the fact that you can't fucking see it, put on the motherfucking glasses. All of this resulted in exploding planets within the solar system. The moon chain lineages are also considered cast-offs or laggards from other cycles of evolutionary rounds that occurred between root races located in our solar system here on Earth. These are they who remain willfully ignorant in our realm, let alone are ignorant and not knowing. Ignorance is evil, just as what was taught in Network recently by Mark Passio. When he said that shit, I was like, God damn, you do have a choice to make it better. You do have a choice to rise the fuck up. You do have a choice to really wake the fuck up and go for it on the levels necessary. It's a choice. It's not a feeling. It's not an idea. It's not a belief system. It's not even a thought. It's a fucking choice that you take in terms of action and alignment. You got to get past all of the fucking crazy shit to even see clear the choice that you are supposed to be making otherwise, you guys. And things in terms of the moon chain lineages and context, they have been directly involved both karmically and technologically, creating as a cause point, on top of everything else, the sexual misery mind control program to continue giving birth to evil in our world on a perpetual fucking repeat into the same sub-realm grid works of the shit pile dung levels of lower and retarded consciousness capacities. I'm talking about Lilith here. Lilith is a fucking seductress. She, in context to archetypal consciousness, is a seductress. And any of you that have actually taken initiation, if you're not able to get past those fucking corridors, then you will not fucking ascend. And all the sexual misery programming is a lunar distortion designed to manipulate and abuse the solar consciousness sexual energies in terms of how they are processed and expressed. And also how things are seeded and manifest in the reality field. This type of manipulation is also extremely spiritually abusive, because it greatly harms the human light body codex and eventually shatters it all. People aren't doing the real work and learning to master their sexual energy, which is creative life force energy. You got to pull it up into fucking purpose otherwise. Sexual energy, life force energy is one of our greatest weapons when we are actually in alignment, not being manipulated by all of this insane shit. There's a right way to do things, and there's definitely a wrong way to fucking do things. And when it comes to Lilith and the dark moon womb gate of the abyss itself, and we have to know how to master the moon gate. You got to take it the fuck back. This is only how things have been demonized in context, and how sexuality has also been demonized and perverted and turned into this fucking smut shit that we see everywhere in the fucking realm. All these young girls becoming whores with OnlyFans or whatever the fuck else, because that's all they had to fucking offer. You're fucking retarded until the abyss is bridged and sealed off in terms of your templating. When it comes to Lilith, it's womankind that has to deal with that fucking shit. Gulveg is your mortal motherfucking enemy. And especially with men that don't know the fucking difference in terms. However, with me and my kind, myself being a keeper of the blue flame, here to remind the feminine force that you all need to wake the fuck up to your true natures again. And stop acting like brain-tard program nitwits. And yeah, it's harsh what I'm saying, but that's nothing compared to the licks of the actual abyss itself that you're gonna fucking take if you don't wake the fuck up and you don't cross these thresholds. You do not understand what is on the other side of this. And this all boils down to individual templating and billions across the world in terms of every race that still don't fucking get it and are subject to this shit, not knowing the difference, which is why I'm speaking the way that I am about it and telling you straight the fuck up, straight to your faces with the truth. And when the first stage of the alignment is returned and made secure through the 13th gate pillar in context to the mother arc tri-waves of the universal solar emerald logos that are woven into the central sun of the earth mother herself. And this in context to Tara, as with Idun remembered, the true holy mother of our people. Idun, the true holy mother of our people, is Idun. This also in context to Hathor when it comes to the great tree in terms of ancient Kemet. Hathor herself was part of the pantheon of the first dynasty of ancient Kemet when Thutmose I began one of the greatest golden ages that this realm has ever known and has ever experienced, well before the wormhole was ripped open in Sakura Kemet about 26,000 to 50,000 years ago. That is when the betrayal took place. You do not know time. You do not know timelines. You don't know the occult. You don't know how fucking ancient this shit is. This didn't happen just a few thousand fucking years ago. And in truth, it's happening now again. And all of this goes well into prehistory, millions of years, in terms of the procession of the grand cycle with this mystery school via Temple of the White Dragon. And as in the west unto the great north, to the true universal tree of life. It's the 13th gate access point with which, when it's accessed, goes back to the first gates of initiation into the mystery school, revealing the trajectory of who you are to templating in order to even begin the quest of making this happen. This is one of the major points of being a partaker of the biospiritual regenesis, which is not sourced from the lunar consciousness chains of the Dark Mother in terms of Lilith. If you really want to know who the poster child of the neo-feminist agenda is, look no fucking further. She has clearly been giving birth to more of all of her kind across the fucking board, especially since 2020. That much is all too fucking clear. And you can hate me all you want for saying that, but it's the goddamn fucking truth. And if you don't understand this on the level, then you don't know. And you are blind as fuck to the hour of hardcore accountability that this entire realm is going to have to be facing before it's all said and done. You don't know the game that's being ran on your mind, and you don't know who you are otherwise to defend it. That which functions, the true organic female principle in terms of cosmic law. This is how things actually work in alignment, otherwise, to the pure diamond heart principle of the Albion Solar Dragon Emerald Logos of Idun herself. The pure diamond heart principle of the Albion Solar Dragon Emerald Logos of Idun herself. And I'm going to say it straight up here. The Gnostic narrative, in terms of the Pistis Sophia, is a counterfeit in terms of the false cold light and reflects Lilith in terms. And you can throw a tantrum all you want over this shit, but your precious Sophia is nothing but a much later rendition of the abyss that, according to what the Nag Hammadi texts state, gave birth to evil. Hello? The war unfolded, the first war of the gods over the nectar of immortality, on account of Gulveg, who was fully possessed by the old ones themselves in her gold greed. She assumed the universal Rosetta breath, and through twisted language of a reptilian, draconian, forked tongue, fueled with lies and deception, realize how the gynocracy in this realm operates. Know how the cult of Baal Lilith operates. According to the mythos, they targeted the Vanir. The Vanir represent the divine feminine force. Conjured the old ones by the great trickster, by Loki, in order to hypnotize them, and then have it bleed out into all of the inhabitants of the 9 universal worlds. And that's how dark sorcery again was first brought into the god worlds. This is why Odin speared Gulveg 3 times in his fucking halls. And this was millions of years ago, let alone billions to trillions, or whatever timeline people want to take it to. It could have happened yesterday for all I give a fuck, because all of this has been concealed as to the why our world and realm in terms of this universe is the way that it is. Why it's conditioned the way that it fucking is. And many out there have their opinions otherwise, when this, my friends, is the actual truth. And if you do as much research and study that I have actually done when it comes to all of this, and you know how to do research and study correctly, all of the fragments of what I've gathered, and also to my own experience with some of these vampires in real fucking time, sent to try to rake me the fuck out. These things are not my assumption or opinion. Our mortal enemy is not of this universe. Do you understand? Midgard operates very different than other universal worlds. And in terms of the dead tree of stagnation and rot, its roots have reached deep into the abysmal silhouette of a heart-shaped casket. And it's where the evaporation zones and all life and existence gets taken within our universe. It's where the shadow dragon gnaws upon the roots of the true universal tree of life to lure the unwitted away from soul by the seductions of the mother of all vampires, who thus rides the back of the shadow dragon along with Set Typhon and the shadow wolf itself. Lilith in context is the great mother of the Qliphoth, within which, when it comes to Kabbalah, is concealed the true secret of the At, the knowledge that you were never meant to know in terms of reality, even among the Dark Priest class, when it comes to the cult of Belial and the Thothian sect that defected specifically. Many that assume they know what the fuck is actually happening at the top of the corruption in this fucking realm and all this shit to other sub-factions that's going on out there, they don't. And very few are ever meant to know this in terms of the false cold light. Even as it stands to this day, a very, very small handful of individuals even know about anything I'm fucking saying here. And most, however, are going to only be able to speculate about it. Why? Because you won't actually do research. You won't seek the higher force to even know the fucking difference of what you actually need to be doing in context to alignment of your own fucking life. This is the task that I've been given. This is the task that I've been allotted. This is the task that I've been trusted with. And you're hearing someone who has faced the sub-realms of the Carpathian gridworks and their overlords, with which I've transcended, and is also why I know what I know about all of this shit. And I am one of those individuals in turn that know even more than their kind. It is assumed that they know how we operate and tick as humans more than we do. But to that, the level of hubris, I must concur otherwise. Knowing what I know about them is a fucking goddamn sick motherfucking joke. Lilith, she's also known as the Queen of the Abyss, destroying life and reckless. Where do you think the Karen demon comes from? She is the dark specter and responsible for frightening sounds in strange places. And to Namia's groaning, Namia is attributed and is traditionally a demon, the sister of Lilith, as it's even been considered that Lilith and Namia is the same as Nama, who is the sister of Tubal Cain, which came forth through the obscene ones, the poison of God, the ibis of dispersion in context to Thoth's betrayal, the hagglers, the arsonists, the smiters, the concealers, the hinderers, which then manifested the first gate of the abyss through poisoned seed, the inverted and twisted circle of the magician, the twins of God, who in context to Set Typhon goes back to Abraxas 365, and in turn is also Shamash and the God of the Old Testament of the Bible, the El Shaddai, the El Shaddai, and it's the seed of the old ones copulated through her, giving birth to all of this shit in our realm, as was its origins in terms of the religions of the trifecta, which is everything to do with Loki's chariot. Where the fuck do you think the idea of monotheism came into our realm in the first place? To the fact that Loki desired above all things to be the one god above all. That's where all of that comes from. That's how it's always been with the trickster fuckers. And this is how it's been worked to dull the spear tip of evolution in our realm so that we can't pierce the fucking veils. You must realize, again, that evil is an actual fucking lineage. A very old and purely evil lineage, and are quite literally vampires in terms of all of this going back to Acadia and the Sumerian Draconian Empire. This trigger event produced the hierogamic spawn of Adam Kadmon in order to destroy the original organic and authentic twin flame template and sacred unions, keepers of the blue flame, in order to insert AI mathematical reversal technologies in terms of the 10th gate, which never existed until everything got fucked up and locked this reality field the fuck down. Again, into the sequence and signaling of the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 equations and ratios to keep our realm incubated to this shit, to the wormhole infestation of what was first torn open in Sakura, Kemet. And there were other workings that happened in terms of what took place in the Sahara Desert and also Area 51 when it comes to the Babylon working rituals, going back to 1946, just shy of a year after the end of the Second World War in 1945, and right before Israel became a nation in 1948, when communism won over the entire fucking world. What has sprung forth the dark moon wound gate of the abyss in context to Lilith. And it's through Azazel that Thoth unleashed the massacre upon the genetic twin flame sacred unions. And as I said in the Betrayal of Thoth segment, not all of us perished in the wake of the slaughter when the great betrayal took place. And we vowed to return in terms of the procession of the grand cycle, and is why. And this is a call to the true feminine force in this world. You must ignite the true goddess archetype in terms of Idun, and stand side by side by the men in the realm who know the difference. I'm going to pull this segment into another break. I have a lot more to get into. The occult secrets of Carpathia. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science. I will be right back. we are back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science Temple of the White Dragon, with the occult secrets of Carpathia. Everybody go down into the description below. Check out the links to the website at Black Earth Productions with a Z at the end.com. Go to the archives, go to the services page, go to the products page, and in terms of inquiry to anything, send me a direct email at blackearthproductions with an S at the end at hotmail.com. And now to continue with this segment. Make no mistake about it. The world is going to have to catch up to literally everything that I'm saying, and I don't care how long it takes. All of this has been logged in the halls of Amente, and has already been logged in the halls of Amente in terms of the ancient future. And going back in hindsight to the manipulations otherwise to this cheap-ass counterfeit made popular through the teachings and practices of the Dark Luciferian Knights Templar for over 9,500 years. The Baphomet deception was mainly carried out by the Dark Luciferian Knights Templar in order to distort and twist some of the original teaching from the Blue Flame, Magi, Grail, Shaman lines in terms of the four great dragon lineages. And it was from the earliest Dark Luciferian Templar sects this manifested. Again, hijacking the knowledge and then twisting the fuck out of everything, and is the actual signature that has been promoted over many generations to be adopted into Christianity, Islam, and Judaism to perpetuate the agendas of these satanic sects, and also to demonize the great symbol of the goat, which further became the goat of Mendes in terms of twisting and inverted symbolism. And in terms of the Qliphoth, Lilith is the night specter to Gamaliel and is attributed, again, the dark womb gate of the abyss and reflection of what gave birth to the dark gods. All of these New Age dumb fucks that hail Lilith or Hecate or Gulveg, which again is the most ancient reference in terms of what I'm getting at, are absolutely deceived in terms of anything when it comes to occult proper knowledge and wisdom. Again, as I stated in the Magi Grail Shaman Nectar of Immortality segment, she is the brightest that called forth the abyss itself in terms of what she is and represents, and is the husk who comes to both men and women in their dreams in terms of hyperdimensional warfare. There were secret pacts of sexual degeneracy that were made influenced by certain ceremonies to circumvent their preferred bloodlines, involving that complete loss of control of a natural impulse in order to be twisted and perverted, pulling the realm into excessive levels of intoxication, frenzy, and sexual degeneracy in order to completely fuck up and reverse the direction of the template's natural sexual energy current, which has everything to do with your creative capacity and has everything to do with life force energy and the power of magic itself. And when these reversals take a person over in terms of the pain and pleasure centers of human bioneurology, everything becomes torture to the individual, no matter which end of the spectrum it is. This comes through in terms of the moon chains to fuck with the central nervous system and the gauge of perception of individuals on very, very extreme levels. With all of this dark sex magic orgy bullshit and rituals that symbolize the hermaphroditic figures with the caduceus and inverted twin serpent symbolism that corrupts both men and women in the realm. It is for the purpose of anti-union, and is also a cause point to bring forth these things into our world. They become channels for it, unwitted. And all you got to do is look across the board. All you got to do is look out into the world. And as far as I'm concerned, even after all I've experienced sexually myself, this shit is not a joke and to be taken lightly. It's to flip the script on this shit and move with things in alignment. Why do you think it's so widespread, the perversion in this realm? And why are there so many people out there, no one on the levels necessary operating with their sexual energies the correct way? If they did, they would have the keys to unlocking proper knowledge and wisdom otherwise to that which is beyond its perversions. I am by no means saying that by abstaining that it's going to get you there. In fact, that's also been a cause point for even greater fucked up shit when we deny our natural instincts as humans here in this realm. But if you don't know the game that's being ran on your mind, chances are, which I know for a fact, many of you out there have fallen into this snare at some point in your life, and you have suffered for it needlessly. And the reason why is because proper knowledge and wisdom was not given to you. And many of you have had to learn the very hard way in terms of all of this shit. Things in terms of broken relationships, fallouts, and is also a cause point for birthing many demons and shadow creatures from these inverted lunar forces. And in context to Azazel, which is the archetype of the dark high priest presiding Lilith and Samael's copulation during satanic rituals. These demonic forces are invoked and summoned and attached within the ritual participants and through the group's sexual co-creation with these demonic forces. As the inverted and twisted consciousness stream forms into the astral energy signature with forms of the grotesque structure of the inverted Baphomet streams. Realize that humanity has been on a dark cycle of separation, which dedicated the female principle as made in the image of the moon goddess in terms of Lilith Hecate, and as the inversion of the Norns to the concept of the triple goddess that is an actual alignment. Again, this is why the Norns weep for what they weave, because most of you out there are too stupid to realize just how deep all of this goes. Thrown in your faces every single day, and you all just lap it the fuck up on an addiction, chasing the pleasure principle instead of facing the pain otherwise that would set you free so that you could potentially experience what true ecstasy is all about in alignment. Especially when it comes to partnership, especially when it comes to sexual union. Realize that men and women that are not in alignment are the spawn of something else, and work to decapitate and castrate one another. I've made it a point in terms of my life, and I live my life in alignment. And the karma, in terms of ignorance, is going to fall on all of these individuals if they do not wake the fuck up and course correct. They will deal with the full consequences otherwise to all of the manipulation tactics that have been set against their minds as a cause point that destroys the human races. All of the New Age goddess bullshit is a fucking joke because these kinds of women in the realm do not listen, especially to men who are in alignment that have a natural instinct to protect their own and not feed them to the slaughterhouse of bullshit and indoctrination and lies and weak-ass, pathetic-ass, disgusting ways of living and being. This is exactly what the fuck Lilith is all about. Again, to the neo-feminist agenda. Because of idiocy in this realm. And anyone that doesn't hear this in terms deserves what the fuck you do otherwise. It's a natural recourse in terms of cause and effect. And all you have to do is start course correcting your life and start to pull it in alignment and start becoming educated in terms of things that are going to pull your life into alignment. I've said it again and again. There's still a lot that's going to come up being burned past in the next 3 years of 2025 and 2028. And to set the record straight in terms of where things are going, the gates to the procession are going to be closed in terms of the original timeline trajectory. And if you don't come on to that original timeline trajectory, you will be taken by all of the propaganda otherwise that will lead you to the slaughterhouse to be harvested by the Watchers themselves. This is the ultimate game that's being played on your minds right now, as it's been beyond the surface of what you still can't comprehend because you haven't been initiated into the occult. If you're not held accountable and you think that freedom is getting to do whatever the fuck you want because of the lie that you bought otherwise, it's nothing to do with what true freedom requires in terms of actual alignment to it. Now, next, in terms of all of this, I'm going to be diving deeper into the Treasury of Souls. And if you've been paying attention to other segments that I presented, I did a segment touching upon the Treasury of Souls. And what this is, again, is a reflection of the caging of the souls of humanity. And with all this shit that's being promulgated in terms of the golden ratio, as it's been, what people still do not realize is that this is exactly how they are able to manipulate the spindle of the energy force within everyone's template, with which slowly over the course of however many years of your lifespan shortened in this realm to the overt manipulation tactics and mathematical reversal technologies that are used against us. Knowing what I know otherwise, it blows my mind just how unbelievably fucktarded everyone is that pushes this shit. And how what I've shared to expose everything otherwise has been worked to be silenced. It just goes to prove, again, how right I actually am about everything, and just how wrong all of these other motherfuckers are. Because if they have actually observed the manuscripts that I have, and they still don't know, everything is given over to speculation and theory when I actually have the correct answers and terms. Everything is backed up and proven otherwise. But none of you are the wiser for it because of how distracted you all are with all the bullshit that's out there. And they know that unless they are able to rake out as many as they can with what is coming otherwise, because they themselves cannot obtain what the goal of higher consciousness requires. And that is complete and total fucking alignment otherwise. I know this shit's hard, you guys. It's really, really hard to process a lot of what's been revealed, and especially here on Black Earth Productions. But I've been doing this for a very, very, very long time. And not just this lifetime, but literally lifetimes to the precession of the grand cycle. And it's why we have been able to manifest the Nectar of Athanasia as a major, major mile marker with the Mystery School. And what all of this represents, having taken everything back in terms of my office and position. I took back the office of Tahuti, and I spit on all the lies and the bullshit that the Dark Ones have done over the centuries up until this point. I'm literally coming out of my fucking skin, knowing what I know otherwise, and having to hold immense patience. Immense patience. You do not understand how much patience I have been holding this entire time, knowing the difference. And I have to be like this because if I'm not, then I go into all of the fucking spectrums of denial in terms of mission here in this realm, or denial of who I am and what I'm supposed to do. And when it comes to the Treasury of Souls, you really, and I mean really, need to understand why they keep all of the golden vaults. It's just sitting there. And the metaphysical implications of what this actually causes in the realm to the caging of the souls of humanity. At this point, at least 90% of the world has yet to actually ignite their hardcore intelligence on the levels necessary to even begin to start to transcend. And they could even seemingly have all their shit together on the surface. But I am telling you, as I've said before, that most of humanity, and where it still continues to stand, have not pierced the first veil into the second, the third, let alone the fourth veil to the core wound of humanity, or have healed on the levels necessary in order to flip the script as a collective. And on my quest that I just took across the country, it is very, very fucking clear just how fucked up and dumbed down and caged everyone in this fucking realm is still. But when you come to the levels of proper knowledge and wisdom that I and others who have done the real work to know the difference, you don't understand how much patience it actually takes knowing the difference to not completely lose our shit on every fucktarded idiot out there that does not have a fucking clue otherwise. That's one of the great challenges in terms of true awakening. That's one of the great challenges in terms of integration of higher consciousness, is how the fuck are there so many goddamn fucking people that still do not fucking get it and still do not care. Again, it just goes back to the conditioning. And it's not a condition that can't change if you choose to pull your head from out your ass. And I've seen the worst of shit that you can imagine when it comes to the dregs of society. Some of you think you got it bad out there. You don't got it bad for shit. You're just an entitled fucking asshole that still does not see your opportunity to fucking rise. And you need to understand, and know what is required, the first thing that needs to happen at a foundation level is making authentic connection to core intelligence and the higher force. And I'm one of the very few that's been speaking about this for years. And you can have all the information about what you think is going on otherwise and still not fully get it, because when this happens, it will ignite the soul on a level that you will no longer placate to all of the bullshit that you have been programmed to. And it will not control your ass otherwise, like it is with many, many people out there that think they know the fucking difference. This is not an ideology. This is not a belief system. This is not even a philosophy. It's a very, very real, raw experience. And you either have experienced it or you haven't. And if you have, you need to continue to have experience with the higher force. It's not just one time and then you're off and then you're fully awakened. No. Again, we're in a war and you need to make practice. You need to develop a personal pathwork in terms of seeking the higher force and core intelligence on a daily basis. And if you keep on experiencing that, you would not relent or give up, knowing the difference, because it is the very thing that would have been compelling you otherwise this whole time, no matter what the circumstances have been. I cannot stress the importance of knowing how to actually extract the gold of consciousness from within your own templating, taking the rites of initiation to really see and know and do what is fucking required in this realm to rise above all of this shit and manifest things in alignment to that level of consciousness. Again, as I've said, the power of the blue flame is real. As to the universal laws of metaphysics and eternal axioms and occult arts and sciences and teaching applied with the mystery school. This organically brings forth the gold of consciousness itself. And as to its physical alchemical manifestation, the ultra-ancient elixir to practical magic that consists of the highest quality gold, liquid gold in the entire earth, is what we have. And as it states in the mythos, the Vedas specifically, the nectar of immortality would manifest to the procession of the grand cycle before the end of the Kali Yuga. And in terms of other prophetic utterances that were brought forth by the ancients, that were seers, that could see the trajectory of the ancient future in terms of where they were on the timeline. We are coming to the end of the fourth world. And we are the first to release this into the realm since what happened did. This recipe is of the true legacy of Kemet and exists now again since what happened did. And it was most necessary to bring this forth. We hail the spirit of the military general of the human heart unto the birthright of mankind. And all of you need to realize that most of the shit out there in terms of monoatomic gold and ormus and all this shit that's on the market uses chlorides and acids and stoves to melt and liquefy their gold into a goo white powder form and then mix it with other substances. This is called mufkazut. And we are not down with mufkazut. We're not down with any of that shit. In other words, it's literally fool's gold, which actually steals the essence and light code codex of the gold itself and leaves debris of poisons and neurotoxins within the powder to be mixed with other substances, which destroys the system with pseudo effects that don't actually last and has led many into an addiction, like a drug actually. See, the objective with our recipe has quite literally solved the problem of aeons in pure liquid form. And to all of this, with the magic and science and power of the blue flame itself, practical magic wielded with hard science, which refines our gold with the power of photon lightning technology. The Thunar, held to the blue flame within purified water, which produces the trillion parts per million subatomic nanoparticles of 100% pure gold. Suspended within the liquid, this is 100% pure. I take it myself and anybody else that has gotten this in terms of the mystery school, the results that they are experiencing is off the goddamn fucking charts. And like every true alchemist knows, the more gold that you have within your body politic, the more incorruptible your body politic becomes further on a multidimensional level. It makes the integration process of higher consciousness face the war in the realm warded against not only what the fuck they put in the needlecraft, but all of this other shit, because gold has a natural ground. It's an eternal substance, reflected the power of the higher force itself. As to the cause and effect of the nectar of Athanasia, this includes hardcore to high hardcore ignitions and codex activation, higher consciousness integration, superliminal IQ increase, superpositional IQ increase, multidimensional IQ increase to all gold superconductors powered by the neurons themselves, activations in terms of clairvoyance, quantum coherence, telepathy. It kills the old ones that's been put in the needlecraft, and as our strike against it, you will get premonitions and psychic clarity, superfluid behavior, improved mental clarity and acuity, improved eyesight. This corrects body and brain dysfunction, enhances creativity, action to manifestation, increases your actual power in terms of magic. It enhances hand-eye coordination, heals glandular dysfunction, heals all cell structures, heals all RNA and DNA script codes. It improves your libido, aids greatly in relaxation and focus, heals all hormonal imbalances. It heals arthritis and joint inflammation, hypertension, high blood pressure and muscle tension, heals the organs and nervous system, arrhythmia, digestive disorders, which are all among many, many other things that the nectar of Athanasia is capable of, depending on the individual. And as one of the most potent factors, it brings one into anti-aging itself and physical strength to your system, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. And this is the real here in terms of what Athanasia means. Immortality. Look, you can take what the fuck I say or leave it. You can speculate all you want. The fact is, however, we are getting the results. I am getting the results myself. And with other records, also to increase performance, all athletic potentials and weight training, martial arts, there's improved reaction time, increased physical power, improved muscle repair to enhance muscle memory and muscle stamina, ignited the blood and bones to the mitochondria. And all of this mentioned to only some of what the nectar is capable of in context to the magic of alchemy. And those that are initiated into the mystery school get a 50% off discount in continuance in terms of credentials with level 1 apprentice full rights initiation into the mystery school. The nectar is administered with a spray under the tongue, which goes directly into the bloodstream blood code codex. And there's no limit to how much you can take. And again, the more gold that you have in your system, the more incorruptible your physical body will become. Nanoparticles are microscopic nanometer-sized particles. And to know, nanometers are a billionth of a meter and would take some of the highest powered microscopes on Earth to even see. During the process, the gold concentration techniques also applied change the color of the water into many spectrums of the Bifrost quantum bridge systems, connecting you directly with the golden white light fields themselves on a multi-dimensional quantum level. And upon consumption, this is fused within every part of the body's cell structure and mitochondria and primes you to the alchemical rites of initiation and is the absolute highest quality of 100% pure gold, liquid gold that exists on the face of the earth. This is the original recipe of the ancients in terms of the Magi Grail Shaman, and is to the proper knowledge and wisdom of humanity's pre-fall timeline trajectory and context to the ancient future. Again, we hail the spirit of the military general of the human heart, and it is legacy to which we have hailed this as a portion to the mythos in the realm, which brings things back onto the original timeline trajectory and is a part of our eternal birthright. It is 100% pure, and the results are 100% guaranteed. And I attest to all of this as an oath of honor and true to my personal experience with it and testimony, which is also the testimony of anybody else that has got this themselves. And everything to its antithesis is what is destroying this realm as it's been. You think you know pain? Most of the shit that I hear people out there complaining about is a walk in the park otherwise. I am not bypassing anything. However, you think you know suffering? Do you actually have a world view of what the fuck is going on here? Let alone a cosmic view? You think you know what it's like to be caught in a mind loop you can't escape from without the power of the higher force surging through every fiber of your being on the level otherwise? You think you know what a shitstorm is like otherwise? Again, you need to realize that I never negate what anyone has ever gone through or is going through at present. None of this shit could even come close to comparing to what I know is on the other side of the inverted equations of beyond what most humans can comprehend. You have been conditioned to be weak-ass cowards that flinch at the slightest fucking challenge that is going to make you stronger and better, because it is painful to grow and become stronger and sharper and faster. And all of us, including myself, still have much to achieve in the realm otherwise. And I didn't brave what I did in terms of my shamanic rites of initiation just to stand by and say nothing and allow this shit to happen, let alone let anyone in the realm try to fucking tell me otherwise. You think you know? You still don't fucking know jack shit when it comes to my actual fucking experience. However, I know others out there are having similar experiences. And this is why I want to encourage you. This is why I want to speak life and empower you otherwise, and speak harshly to you, coming from a place of true care. Because when it comes to my life and the trajectory of what I am living otherwise, it's worlds within worlds here in this realm. Universes within universes on a multidimensional level. And unless the true path is embraced willingly and to no reprieve otherwise, we're going to continue to see people go down with this fucking bullshit like it's been. You need to understand that these people are no longer human unless they get the fucking memo here. Start doing the real work. Get a hold of the nectar. It's the only thing that's going to ward against what they put in the goddamn fucking needlecraft, you guys. And it was just launched into the realm on even greater levels with those that I'm working with in context. And it's going to take true humans to know the difference in terms of what I'm getting at here. And when it comes to the characteristics of an actual takeover, I'm going to share some of the things that Ashiana Dean herself said before she was allegedly taken over and became compromised, according to what her partner Michael Dean stated happened in 2012. This is a very unfortunate thing. In fact, I remember 2012 was one of the worst years of my life. Looking back now, in hindsight, reflected the division and separation that I think actually took place here. Again, I'm a keeper of the blue flame. There's no fucking way I can know what I know otherwise, especially diving into that material. And there's so much that you still don't know about the original human templating and the actual war that's been waging for at least the last 26,000 fucking years to the precession of the grand cycle. When it comes to the Metatronic mathematical reversal technologies that are running most motherfuckers out there, and they don't even know this shit. And in context to that, with all of this stuff that's been coming out on Joe Rogan's podcast from Terrence Howard, Eric Winstein, it was a very, very interesting conversation. Very, very high levels of verbal IQ capacity, expression conveyed. And as I was listening, though, no one in that motherfucking podcast knows what the true nature of zero actually is. And advanced vortex mathematics doesn't take zero out of the equation. And 1 times 1 sure as hell is not fucking 2. All of that for me is like the scene in 1984. You know, when Winston had the rat cage on his face and he was thrown onto the rack afterwards? The guy puts up his fingers saying, "How many fingers am I holding up, Winston?" And every time he says 4, which is how many fingers the guy holds up, Winston is racked for not saying that it's 5. Over and over and over and over again until his mind breaks. And from my vantage point, that's the psyop factor in context to those that bought it. And to say that there's no straight lines in nature, they brought up the picture of the crystal caverns, which also proves that it does. And splitting hairs on this shit going into the subatomic level is irrelevant in terms of this reality field. You're just going to pull things into total fucking evaporation at that point. And it's a violation of how a cosmic law operates. Reality is both spiraled and linear at the same time, and is an example of how 0 and 9 must be in alignment, like I've said for years now. We know what the true nature of 0 actually is with the mystery school. And this was only alluded to and was very quickly bypassed. And also the cognitive dissonance when new information presents itself. So as stated, there's nothing new here that's not already been discovered. It's just all been buried under the rubble of the ancient cataclysm and bullshit that humanity still has to remember beyond anything that's being conveyed in the realm and context to that without knowing the true occult history. And Terrence is right about one thing in context. It's the fact that the mathematical system is fucked up, that he doesn't fully understand why, and doesn't know the fact that it's been done on purpose. What I've been saying and teaching for over a decade now. Again, I'm talking about the Metatronics. The thing is, the systems of mathematics beyond basic arithmetic that work on a base 10 sequence, which goes back to the square root 2, are what triangulates the minefield within this realm and also the binary code in terms of the splitting that's been manifesting on all of this goddamn fucking shit to the 124875 amplified in the realm. This is the Ouroboros. And by taking 0 out of the equation, which is the actual error in terms, and manipulating the 9 otherwise, and further claiming that it's nothing, 0 is not nothing. That's the major issue in terms of quantum entanglement, and is how this reality field is manipulated in terms of triangulation. The tetryon, in terms of supersymmetry, as Terrence puts it, from my vantage point, is what builds the tetragrammaton, which is Metatron's cube, a cube within a cube that siphons energy into their black hole systems. And it's a major part of the reason we eventually, as it's been, because of this shit, physically wither and run out of energy and die running on these mathematical reversals within the atoms themselves. I cracked codes over a decade ago and have been teaching how to transcend the lockdown equations and mathematical reversal technologies and ideologies. All of these arguments, otherwise, the petty bullshit when it comes to terms and semantics, and no one's wanting to understand where the other person's coming from. And all the cause points for chaos, dark sorcery, and confusion otherwise on top of everything else. This is a part of the correction that the quadrivium also needs in order to work correctly. And I'm talking about working with the right mathematical system. What's even more insane is that all of this has been done on purpose and no one is working with the right system of mathematics in this world and defining things correctly, save the Dark One system. And to that, they're still only dealing in surfaces when it comes to the Platonic solids. When they use physics by itself, is greatly limited and cuts everything else the fuck off. And it's nothing to do with spirit and the language of the underpinning geometry of what is beyond and moves through the physical universe, the eternal logos of higher consciousness grid works, and is the language of mathematics beyond anyone's wildest fucking dreams. And it is breathing and it is alive. Numbers are alive. Numbers are living things. And we're surrounded by it right now. That which is eternal and can only be observed if the first eye and the third eye have a clear path beyond the overlays and distortions in context to the Metatronics. That's why there's all the issues and the problems that there are in context to more overtly complicated equations and ratios. Working with the Pythagorean theorem, which is one of them, pulls everything into the spectrum of infinity, hits a wall, which is conducive to the veils otherwise, triangulated from the 6th dimension in terms of step-down consciousness, sealing off the 7th gate access point. And is the Pythagorean linchpin that was mentioned, which is the 109.47, and in terms of numerology, that reduces to 3, is a triangulation point manipulating the 9 in terms of the 108 sequence. 108 is a sacred number. And when they mention the Pythagorean linchpin in terms of the 109.47, they're putting 10 in front of the 9 in terms of the base 10 sequence, which takes 0 out of the equation, throws it up in front of 1, and triangulates the realm, manipulating the spindle of the energy force in context to 9. And 47 reduced is 11. It was at the 11.5 axis in terms of gates of consciousness grid works to integrate and go through the original rites of initiation that the ancient wisdom councils established before the great betrayal. That is where the knowledge was hijacked enough on the fucking level to pretty much take over the entire motherfucking realm. And this is why we need to get back to the original teaching, and this is why we need to be working with the right systems in terms of every office that exists in our world. You cannot fuck with the knowledge that has been revealed to me here. I see it all very, very clear otherwise, and this is why I'm sharing it with you, again, to at the very least consider. And there's a lot of other things that I can say about the equations and ratios that have been viewed literally by millions of people across the world now. They're coming right out with it, whether knowingly or unwitted. And you must be about your wits in this realm and sharpen your wits otherwise in terms of proper knowledge and wisdom. And without that, you cannot transcend. And those of you listening, you need to watch a documentary called Dangerous Knowledge. It's really hard to find, and it's there within my private archive somewhere. I got to dig it up. I should dig it up and put it into the Black Earth Library for everyone to check out. That documentary is important in context. That's also why I know I hated math growing up, besides actual geometry, given to what we work with in terms of the mystery school. It was as if my soul knew or some shit when I was younger, to be honest. And I get that certain systems work and are used by engineers and whatnot. But look at what the fuck has been built around us, you guys. Look at what is produced. It's all in a base 10 sequence. And then when you compare that to all of the ancient shit, along with cathedrals and a lot of other things, this is why they can't figure it out otherwise, because they're not working with the right mathematics. And I don't claim to be a mathematician. I never have. But when it comes to what's been revealed to me, there's nothing new under the sun. It's just been buried and meant to be unearthed again as it was in alignment in this realm. I can only imagine what the conversation would be like if I were to speak with these men in terms. But again, just as Eric Weinstein stated, you got to come with fucking protection. You come into the realm of academia, they will fuck you up. And that's why I don't go there in terms of even what the fuck I do, because these people are so goddamn motherfucking indoctrinated. They can't even entertain anything outside the spectrum of what they have built their ideologies around. And I've never done an actual segment going deep into the actual mathematics that are taught here public. And I've done that for a fucking reason. I teach that one-on-one with individuals. Again, also because it's very specific how to transcend the lockdown in terms of the Metatronics. It's not given over to a general consensus. A general consensus in terms of proper knowledge and wisdom isn't going to get us there. That has never got us there, and it's not getting us there. And what I know and what I teach would shatter everything, though as much as I could show them what we actually work with does pull it together to what is beyond these very limited and grave assumptions otherwise. Again, I've never once considered myself a mathematician, but what I know can be known and proven otherwise. And it goes back to many other factors that I've been getting at for a very long time that correlate other arts and sciences that need to be worked with in terms of the correct mathematics for it to flow together. This is an entire curriculum in terms of the mystery school. And the basis in terms of foundation to it, to make the darkness conscious in context, requires that you make connection to the higher force and ignite the treasure, the gold of consciousness that is there within your core essence, and take your power back. Pay the price of actually dying to who you've been conditioned to be otherwise, and literally let it burn in the purifying fires of the blue flame itself. I still have yet on the level to really hear anyone speak about these matters, knowing the difference. This must be experienced. And to know the characteristics of an actual takeover, here are some things to consider in terms of that. Now, when it comes to the Metatronic implant in terms of C333 and the old ones to the needlecraft and all this shit to the manipulation of dark sorcery that activates within individuals, when it happens, there is an absolute resistance and confused hatred to the actual truth otherwise. It's called critical mass saturation, and they can't even process the higher frequencies, and it causes them to completely rebel in an inverted way against what would bring them into alignment otherwise. And we're being called evil because we're against what they are trying to do and have been mercilessly doing. And I've had motherfuckers out there call me evil. You can all go fuck yourselves. That proves the point that I just made. It's called critical mass saturation. And you can't even process the higher frequencies that are emitting from the sound tones of my fucking voice. And you're rebelling in an inverted way against what would bring you into alignment otherwise. Calling me evil, calling us evil. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's nothing but a goddamn psychological projection. And again, thanks for letting us know who the fuck you are. And it's like I've said over and over again, this is nothing but a repeat of a goddamn repeat, and you're too stupid to see it because core intelligence has not been ignited in terms of your templating. If it was, then you would hear me. You would hear the things that myself and others on the level and network have said. I'm gonna pull this segment into another break. I have a lot more to get into. The occult secrets of Carpathia. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science Temple of the White Dragon. I will be right back. Apep defileth Asar. This book of the most secret cult of the Ruby Star, the Ruby Order, given to none save the shameless, in deed as in word. No man shall understand this writing, too subtle for the sons of men. The Ruby Star has shed blood, that which is to be denied, that which is to be spat of the Ruby Star, the Ruby Order, burnt in outer fire, awakened into life and into death, the kindling of a great fire. I shall smite their altar with a scourge. Their veil is called shame, and it shall comfort the heart of the secret stone with the warm blood that flows through our veins. And it is Isis that shall wait Asar. I am in their midst. I will overcome thee. New light shall illuminate thee with the light that is beyond the stars. Thou shalt scream with the joy and the pain and the love, yet there is no sound to be heard. This is my lion roar of rapture, yea, this lion roar of rapture. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science Temple of the White Dragon with the occult secrets of Carpathia. Everybody go down into the description below. Check out the links to the website at Black Earth Productions with a Z at the end.com. Go to the archives, go to the services page, go to the products page, and in terms of inquiry to anything, send me a direct email at blackearthproductions with an S at the end at hotmail.com. And now to continue with this segment. A shit ton of you are probably gonna have to go through what the fuck I did to wake the fuck up. And it's torment and suffering and crazy ass shit you're not even aware of going on behind the scenes that you've been veiled against on a drip as they keep sucking out your fucking brains into their bullshit gridworks that are so overlaid. Even seeing it and knowing the difference, as I've been speaking about these things even well before I started Black Earth Productions. You motherfuckers still don't get it, and you're still dealing in surfaces, and the gauge of your perception is totally fucking fucked, because a lot of motherfuckers out there have been taken over. I've seen it happen. I've witnessed it. And they damn near got my ass over 20 fucking years ago. So nobody's gonna tell me otherwise that this is not a factor in terms of this realm. They didn't get me because I am not of their kind. Our kind know the difference. Our kind do the real work. Our kind know what fucking hour it actually is on levels beyond what these dark fucks could imagine. And you motherfuckers are either gonna win this shit on your own accord, or you're not. Just like a lot of your dumb fuck ancestors that didn't catch the fucking memo of the ones that were in the positions to fucking declare it. And I've been declaring it in terms of healing the ancestors. I've done the work to be in the position that I'm in. And you want to come at me like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? Or anybody else in my network that knows the difference on the fucking level? I'm 1,000 steps ahead of this shit. What I know, and it's my position to inform. I have actual proof to my position in terms of not only archaeological evidence, but also evidence etched in fucking stone. And again, if you don't wake the fuck up, this shit's gonna land on you. In terms of what the White Dragon prophecy in reflection to the Hopi prophecy also warns about. And there's major moves that are going to potentially take place with what's coming going into 2025 and 2028. And with all the shit that's tried to fuck with everything, it's only going to backfire in ways that I will declare the entire world is going to bear witness to. And not because it's anything that I have necessarily wanted. It all seems to have been decided before incarnation. And as I've said before, you don't know who the fuck is on the planet. And you're going to witness the Dark Ones scramble and try to fuck shit up even more. And all of you need to stand your ground harder than you have ever have before. And you need to know the true nature of a takeover by them when it happens. We are here to protect the divine blueprint. And it always has been. And we're going to do what our position requires and let it run regardless of the circumstances. This is how the universe was actually designed. And people that think that they're going to be able to patent nature or the ethers or whatever the fuck is universal, that's a violation of cosmic law. And there's a whole lot that's being pushed right now because of what is unfolding to tear you all away from the actual alignment, let alone your ability to navigate and integrate and do the real work otherwise. This is what the original purpose of incarnation into this realm was originally all about. But you've been conditioned to be a bunch of brain-rotted dumb fucks that are so inept to see or know the difference. All of this, what I'm sharing with you with this platform, is for those who are ready to graduate this realm like it was originally designed to be. Earth is a fucking linchpin, and there is no escape from reality. And if you don't get it here on Earth, it doesn't matter if you could escape into another reality or go to another planet or another realm otherwise, because there you would be bringing all of your bullshit ideologies with you and go and just fuck that shit up just as much as you've allowed this realm to get fucked up. It happens where you stand, the very place you are right now. And if you want to fall into spiritual escapism and abdicate your responsibility in terms of incarnation and follow and listen to those that do not operate on a higher consciousness capacity, you need to realize who you are dealing with. And further, you need to know how the Templar works in order to make things manifest in alignment. Again, they look at us as evil because we are against the Metatronic encoding, that all of these fucktarded idiots don't know the game that they are keyed into in terms of mind control. And this isn't some tit for tat bullshit on our end. No, it's been made very clear with this platform and a handful of others that actually get it in the entire fucking world. You're gonna have to catch up to this still. Otherwise, you're all fucked to the AI timeline trajectory. Go ahead and lap it up. Go ahead and hail it. You may as well just lap it all the fuck up, because that's all you got. And I'm not holding my breath anytime soon at the moment for any type of quote-unquote golden age that's fucking coming. But for those that get it, and for all those that this is resonating with otherwise, if you haven't taken initiation to the mystery school on the level, then I encourage you to. The doors are open for those to whom it's meant, for those that actually want to learn, for those that actually want to cultivate an actual path work for their lives that's going to pull you into alignment and reveal not only who you are, but anchor your true purpose and destiny in the realm. Because without that knowing, you're fucking lost. And doing one-on-one mentorship with individuals is how I operate, because that is how specific it is. I'm not saying you can't go out there and teach what you know, but you're not on the level of an actual initiator. None of you. If you want to be, then you need to work with me more directly here so that I can pour more in to you beyond the levels of level 1 apprentice and beyond the levels of level 2 adept. All of this with level 1 apprentice in terms of the occult is fucking kindergarten, goddammit. You don't understand what I know beyond the general teaching that is out there exposing things otherwise. And you need to take it to the next levels in terms. Go deeper. There is more. There is so much more. And don't allow yourselves to be distracted with all of the other bullshit that's out there, especially online, that is designed to distract you away from what is necessary to start graduating this realm. And it is all about making the investment otherwise, because I'm making my investment for those to whom it's meant. I'm taking my time to do this when I could be doing so many other fucking things with my life. And I do it because I know it matters. And it's all about seeing the actual fucking value of what is being offered here, because it's not being offered on the level anywhere else like this that I can personally see. Others in my network are in their positions, and I advocate their positions. At the same time, not everyone has all the pieces to the equation. But with this mystery school, it is beyond what most out there have been able to come into. It's beyond what most out there have been able to put together, let alone coming into manifesting in terms of both the right wing and the left wing brotherhoods and sisterhoods. And we had nothing to do with any of them or their ideologies or tenets or pseudo philosophies. We hail the original teaching, as I've said for years. And if that sounds arrogant to you, well, frankly, I don't give a fuck because I have the evidence to back up every single fucking word I'm saying with 100% confidence and congruence on levels all of you assholes otherwise assume could ever comprehend or imagine yet still because you haven't actually taken the rights or worked with me authentically. You don't know who you're fucking with, and you don't know what you're fucking with on the other side of what is backing us up in the realm, far beyond the crusted and decrepit reach of the Dark Ones. Let me tell you, let alone what they can even imagine because they don't even have the capacity to see it. And if it were up to us, no one would get sucked into the Metatronic subrealms. And when they don't, they go hungry. We don't need them. They need you to sustain. They need us to sustain. They need your life force energy to sustain. And that is what you ultimately don't understand, is that we don't fucking need them. We are able to sustain in terms of our alignment with nature and the universe and the higher force and knowing how things actually work with systems that are far superior than the ones that have been running things for far too long. Is it going to take time to manifest? It's going to take decades, if not centuries. But from a place of proper knowledge and wisdom in terms of every office and position in the realm, it's consciousness that's the real issue, not all of this other surface level bullshit. Because if you can't get it right within you in terms of your state of mind, don't expect to ever get it right outside of yourself. And you can dress it up any way you want to in all the superficial ways possible. The physical and the temporal existence are factors to that. And yeah, that must be mastered. But at the same time, you need to understand and know that higher consciousness capacity is coming from a direct transmission from your eternal spirit when it is ignited the gates of core intelligence. The fact is, I don't even need to be revealing these things to you and taking the risks that I have over the fucking years. I choose to because I am compelled by a moral obligation to do so. And there are a lot of things going on that are again being anchored into the realm, ripping through all of this lower level hyperdimensional warfare bullshit. We anchor these things where we stand, no matter where we are standing. In truth, it's bringing all of this shit to the surface to be seen for what it actually is before it's extracted the realm. And if you cling on to it, like most are in terms of Loki's vote, you're going to go down with the ship when it crashes upon the shores of oblivion. We are here to bring back and to recode the radial body of the planet, which is one of our main commitments. We want it to be known, and I know it's not easy given over to all the challenges that we have faced and are also facing right now within this lifetime. I know people right now in my life that are going through some major fucking trials. And all I can do is send out the signal and continue to encourage and empower them to stand their fucking ground. And anyone who's out there trying to run their smear bullshit, these people don't have a goddamn clue what they're even talking about. And chances are, in light of what I'm getting at here, they're being worked through to try to discredit what is actually required otherwise to do this. People are fine to have a different point of view, and you can criticize all you want if that's what you choose. But without a deep inquiry, and I mean on levels beyond what is assumed, these idiots have no clue what the hell they're even talking about. And it's a big fat fucking joke to me, knowing the difference along with others that actually get it. They have no respect, they have no honor, and they don't even know what they're being offered to at the very least consider beyond the limited scope of their fucked up perception. The real question is this: what the fuck have you done with anything that's been presented? What have you actually done with it? I've been doing this for well over a decade now. And even prior, before creating this mystery school in the fashion that I have. In light of what I'm getting at here, you have to be an actual template holder as an individual to know what me and my kind know. Again, there are keepers of the template and many stewards that are going to be able to integrate the teaching in context to what true template holders are here to unveil and to impart. In light of what I'm getting at here, you have to have your template as an individual connected to what is beyond all of this other shit that is riddled with overlays, distortions, nets, traps, snares, and all the things that have been exposed otherwise that are keeping you from healing, let alone transcending the lockdown equations of the Metatronic encoding in all of their systems and grid works that were anchored centuries ago, unfortunately, within this reality field. And in terms of this, there has been a split that has taken place and even manifested within the physical body politic of every single person on Earth. Fact is, the planetary grids are going to separate. The radial body is going to have to separate. Our bodies are going to have to separate. And people that don't have enough of the divine blueprint left are going to go the way of the dark ones. And if people want to argue that point, look the fuck around you and look at the goddamn world. All of you are being tested that even assume to know the difference. And if things are in flow and are in alignment, you need to understand that you can expect warfare against it. That's what all of this shit is. And just because things are not happening in flow the way that you think they should does not mean that everything's not on the right track. On the contrary, chances are that you probably are. And you can't cave into the bullshit and need to stand your ground against it no matter what. In hindsight, there is a time where wisdom calls you to opt the fuck out, recalibrate, and get things back on track, and then continue to come up further with strikes and manifestations in the realm. Right now, there are major cosmic chess moves that are being made, and like I've said, it's only a matter of time before what I know has been revealed to me starts to happen on the levels that I've been getting at this whole time. Right now, as I've said, the hearts of mankind are being weighed. And Amit has been released, and it's the battle that all of us are in no matter what anyone else thinks otherwise. And at this point, it's fucking clear that many are not going to be able to save themselves. And there's no trying to save them. But you listening to this, I'm not going to assume that that's the case for yourselves. As for others that want to try and slander and spit on all of this, there is nothing for them to gain here whatsoever. They are unteachable as fuck, and chances are they live in so much fear as it is, it's going to force them to have to face things that they are not even willing to fucking face, like the cowards that they have been conditioned to be. And I've seen it firsthand with certain individuals throughout my life. They haven't taken the first steps to start thinking for themselves, let alone questioning reality on the levels necessary to even consider anything that's been presented on Black Earth Productions. And that in turn is no consequence to us. The only consequence that's going to manifest is what we see unfolding. And that knowledge is not only going to agitate the fucking demons that are riding these motherfuckers, as it's supposed to, they can't even pull back and go into a place of observation and say to themselves, where the fuck is all this coming from? And they're too stupid to know the difference to extract this shit when it's even happening. And I hate to sound harsh, as I am with what I'm getting at, but it's the God's honest truth in terms, and it is the truth that reigns. Not your feelings about anything to the latter. Repeating the betrayal cycles on a programmed, atavistic consent were also a part of making it happen themselves. Again, this is what happened on a repeat in 2020. And it was all the implants within people's templates that caused them to go line up to the slaughterhouse on a false virtue otherwise. Mind controlled to fucking do so. This was the hardcore activation of the Metatronic implants within people's minds and templating. And it's the same shit that continues to happen in context. And it's these entities that are coming through individuals, taking over their bodies. And the people that are going down at this level aren't even human anymore. And that's a very, very hard thing to understand, especially when it's people that you've known and may have at one time been close to you, whether partners or children or friends or family or whoever. This is one of the greatest challenges for those that know the difference to the hour that we are in. And I have 100% experienced it myself. So no one's going to tell me otherwise that I don't know what the fuck I'm speaking about here. And this is why we must be strong during these times. And we have to know when an actual takeover has happened and the signs to look out for. If you don't, and you get pulled into this shit by them, you're only going to get feasted upon until you are eventually taken the fuck over as well. Getting caught up and trying to save people that do not give a flying fuck about any of this. and make it very, very clear that they don't. When this happens, their souls are not even in their bodies anymore. And anything left in terms of their actual template is going to be raked out into the subrealms of the lower astral gridworks in terms of overlays and distortions. And if there is at least a little more than 30% of their templating left that is meant to activate, then it's going to be a major, major battle within the individual. When we need to be up on 100% activation in terms of our templating if we are going to transcend these times. I'm also still going through activations and integrations when it comes to my personal path work and templating to the level that I've come to and to the level that I'm ultimately meant to ignite. It's very difficult for me to be around those that are not doing the real work before shit starts to come flying the fuck out. And see, I want to be kicking life's ass, not dealing with all this bullshit otherwise, and people that are not willing to be held accountable to their bullshit behavior and projections against other people that are actually doing the real work. Even having to deal with another round of this bullshit and network. And I axe that shit. And I will continue to axe that shit. Because we're not dealing with rational, heart-based intelligence after a certain point. Especially if they are not willing to communicate and explain themselves like those with actual honor would to the standard of what the Temple of the White Dragon represents. And if you're going to go out of your way to fuck with someone else's life and try to fuck up the lives of others and make things bad on purpose, I will smoke you the fuck out and axe your traitorous asses the fuck out like it ain't nothing to me. That is the code of honor that I live by. That is the code of honor that we must live by, as anyone who is actually of a sound mind should. I frankly, at this point, don't give a fuck who it is. And contrary to it, I'll do everything I can to hammer it out with anyone that is willing to move through things and to work things out. But if that's not going to be met, just know who the fuck you're dealing with otherwise, you guys. Maybe they have to learn it the hard way, because that's a part of their soul path. And they will, with other individuals and other circumstances and other situations, as it's been laid out for them. But it doesn't mean that we don't call it out for what it is, because people are going the fuck down if they keep with it. And they're trying to take others down with them as well. Who the fuck does that shit? It's only losers and drags and compromised motherfuckers that do that. They're not on the rise. They're on a landslide of bullshit. And you can't placate when someone tries to suck you into their fucking abyss. We need to encourage and empower one another. We need to speak life to one another otherwise and call shit out for what it is. Why? Because we actually give a fuck. It fucking hurts. But you can't compromise the integrity of what the path work requires if we're going to rise as individuals and if we're going to rise together in this current hour that we are experiencing. And to other factors, when a takeover happens to a person, those that don't have enough capacity to integrate, it's again going to be torturous for those individuals. And too much of that, if they're not able to opt out in terms of hyperdimensional warfare and get some reprieve and get some warding going and get some actual grounding going in connection to core intelligence and the higher force, too much of that can actually kill someone dead. And I don't just mean mentally and emotionally. I mean literally, physically speaking. This is why I give the warnings in terms of actual initiation, and also why people need to know what they are getting into here. Is it possible to heal and rise on the level? You're goddamn right it is. You must go with wisdom and you must go at pace, and be careful not to push the bar too hard if you're not on an advanced level to do so. All of this takes years, and it's still going to take years for those of us that are doing the real great work. As for those that should have already got it by now, from my vantage point, the ones that have fell to the wayside, they're completely fucked to the hour that we are in. And it doesn't mean that it can't change, but sometimes you need to let the fuck go and continue forward and never allow anyone to pull you again into their abysmal bullshit. If they are working their way through things, that's very different than someone unleashing the plague of demons that they're not willing to slay on your ass. Fuck that shit. That's when you get the slicing and dicing and warding this shit the fuck out. And with all the current witch burnings that have been set against us, we have to stand our ground no matter what to the circumstances we are. Realize that with the Metatronic coding that is activated, that takes the body over, their soul is not going into the unified field to potentially be reintegrated through hardcore confrontation and accountability and acknowledgement from the individual. No, they are literally body snatched, and their soul has been raked out into the Dark One's treasury, the Treasury of Souls, as it's been going on since what happened did. It is beyond evil, what has happened. And all of you need to see it as that and confront it with more bravery and inner and outer strength as much as you are capable at these points anymore as we continue forward. Okay? These people have been assimilated. The kill has been gone in for. And they are not the person you assumed they were before. And that's also happened with many individuals who have been at the forefront that flipped the fucking script and all of the psyop shit who are now calling for it. Are you out of your fucking minds? Look, I don't know about you, but it's blatantly obvious to me when an actual takeover happens, because I have experienced it happen and witnessed it, and they damn near got me all the way back in the year 2000. I know what we are actually up against here. You don't. And you need to be aware of this because, again, this is one of the absolute hardest things that we will ever contend with in this reality field. It's one of the absolute most difficult, is to look at people that you care about and that you love and have to face the facts and come out of denial. It's a process. It takes time. And all we can do is hope for the best for them, that somehow they're going to snap the fuck out of it. But the real question is this: do they feel the same anymore? Are they acting the same as they were before? Is the bond that you thought you had with certain people really there? Is it really there anymore? And see what makes it even harder, when this shit actually takes them, the dark factions will use the personality imprint and go into the cellular memory and will have full access to all of the memories and records, including ancestors and a whole array of experiences that they're going to be able to manipulate. And in context to what I'm getting at, I'm talking about a full-on possession. There's those in terms that are getting nailed and are fluxing in terms of being oppressed. But when a full takeover happens, this is in context to someone that has been fully possessed by them. And this is how they are working to harvest the human races. And it could be laying dormant. Again, like I said about sleeper cells, if any of these motherfuckers get around those that are doing the real work, it's going to agitate a cleansing with them. Again, they have been working to harvest the human race the fuck out. The real question is this: do you know thyself? Do you remember? See, awakening is not getting us there. Fucking obviously. And I'm going to say it like this: it's not awakening that needs to fucking happen. It's remembering. And remembering why. Do you even remember why? Or know why all of this is taking place? They're right there, looking right at your ass through bodies that they have taken. No one's going to tell me otherwise, that it can't happen, or that it doesn't happen, or that it's not been fucking happening. And you need to be aware, conscious in terms of this. This is why you need to do the forced shadow work to cleanse and purge this shit the fuck out, igniting your soul in connection to core intelligence and the higher force. That is the basis of all teaching here with the Mystery School. That is the foundation. And because your shadow is going to want to be in total fucking denial. And I also know what the fuck that's like, to be in denial of this shit when it's actually happening, let alone all the things that have been exposed. It shatters your complete fucking paradigm of what you assumed was true in context to reality. I assure you that reality is not what the fuck it seems on the surface, and is way more mind-blowing than you can imagine past all of this shit. You need to be able to gauge when it's not who you think it is you've been in correspondence with, but them. And you need to feel deeper past the surface of things and truly know how to discern energy, frequency, and vibration. This is also how they're able to take on certain apparitions, not only playing on memories, but the codes within individuals' templating. And it's the difference between confusion versus clarity. The question is this: are you clear to the inner knowing and understanding of what the fuck I am working to explain here? The Treasury of Souls is real, and it is up to us to extract the gold of consciousness from within our templating in order to ignite and rise above this shit and own yourself. Know thyself. You own yourself to know thyself. And if you can't tell the difference in terms of frequency by sensing, not assuming, but sensing, it's not a feeling, but sensing your higher sensory perception abilities activated in alignment. People assume they're discerning when they are not. They're working with the wrong thing. And when it's obvious otherwise, sensory perception has nothing to do with how you feel on a flux wave, but by sensing, being grounded otherwise to know the difference. Turn on your senses in terms of core intelligence. Tell these lesser forces that want to devour your essence to shut the fuck up. Be silent. You have no power here. Those three phases. Shut the fuck up. Be silent. You have no power here. And then when it comes flying the fuck out even harder, and you see the flash overlay phase in, I see a motherfucking reptilian, draconian, gray, insectoid AI phasing in, riding that motherfucker's ass. Someone that has taken the fuck over. Hence the paradox. It's meant to be confusing. It's how chaos and dark sorcery are wielded. If you're dealing with confusion, if there is disorder manifesting in your life, you're not in alignment, you're in chaos. Ecstasy denotes clarity. Clarity denotes alignment. And when all of this shit is meant to be confusing and is meant to be insane and is meant to manifest what it has been in the fucking realm, that's a part of how chaos magic is unleashed on your ass. And that is why your mind must be clear at all fucking times. And if it's not, you got to pull back, recalibrate, and clear your field. Ward your shit. And fuck all this shit that's not in alignment in terms of clarity. Because when you have clarity, you will have peace. You will have peace about it, knowing the difference. And you won't be confused or taken too hard by this shit. And if you've never experienced it yourself, it's one of the most devastatingly shocking things that can happen to someone, let alone see happen to an individual. It is devastatingly shocking. It will shatter your fucking paradigm of what you assume to know about reality and what the hell is happening here on Earth. What on earth is happening, motherfuckers? Go check it out. It's a good podcast. A true motherfucking warrior. Relentless, ruthless, and doesn't give a fuck. And it's like that when any kind of parasitic entity is taking shit the fuck over. You think that we as men are gonna fucking sit by and be silent in the fucking realm? This is not fantasy land, motherfuckers. This is reality. And what's even more powerful in terms of reality is what true core intelligence and the higher force reveals beyond these things. And all the ones that have been conditioned and cut off from that on purpose are caged within their fucking treasury. Are you starting to get the fucking game now? Because when you boil it down to its based equation, it's everything to do with the planetary shields and the tribal shields, with every race, tribe, culture going all the way back to the beginning in terms of circumventing the ancient wisdom councils themselves. That is why, if they can crack through the planetary shields and the tribal shields in terms of your DNA, RNA code script, you're fucked. It's the name of the game. Genetics. In terms of treading you the fuck out on your soul, conditioning you to abandon your soul, going into the fear that they do everything that they can to target the gauge of your perception. If 2/3 of an individual's template is taken, especially the shadow aspects of an individual that must be integrated in terms of the alchemical rites of initiation by these lower forces, then a takeover's happened, and the person isn't fucking there anymore. Full-on possessed fucker in terms of how the Treasury of Souls operates. We are going to overcome this fucking bullshit, and we are going to remain in alignment on the level if you're doing the real great work. And unfortunately, as it's been made plain to see, those types are unfortunately fodder for the Dark Ones otherwise. What are you going to choose? More is coming in terms of this when it comes to the Magi Grail Shaman series. This is going to continue, and there's a lot more that I still need to dive into specifically with literally everything that you see on this map. I'm going to be taking this way, way fucking deep. Go down into the description below. Check out the website at blackearthproductions with a Z at the end.com. And in terms of inquiry, when it comes to initiation into the mystery school, things in terms of any type of counsel or readings, or getting access to the Black Earth Library, or getting access to any products that are available with the mystery school. Also remember, those that sign up get benefits in terms of credentials with the mystery school. There's discounts and other things for those to whom it's meant. And for those that are going to take this seriously, we follow the law of Gebo, and I poured out a lot in terms of the segment. In turn, I hope to hear back from more of you. If you have not taken initiation into the mystery school, again, I encourage it. I'm not fucking around, and there are things that I'm ready to show those who are willing to be teachable. At the very least, curious. You have to want to know. If you want to know, you're in the right place here. Ravens black on wings at night, 9 universal worlds, their emerald flights. The All-Father hears their cause, these tidings brought with their claws. Thought is as fast as the lightning's flash. Memory is as pure as the sacred ash. Hugin and Moonin see all in here. They whisper what is known into his ear. And with his spear they take their flight, tearing through a universal world's flight. It stays the tears of the Norns, their torrid magic perfected. It's within the golden halls. The firewater is detected and pours out through these 3 mighty horns reflected. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. There's more coming up in terms of all of this, and I look forward to speaking with more of you soon. Be empowered, be encouraged. Hails!